November 906, takeoff runway 30 right, Osprey Yankee Oscar.
Good afternoon everybody, welcome back. The dog's going wild in the background, hope you've had a good Christmas wherever you are in the world. We're here in Dubai, it's been a little while. We're on the VATSIM network, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 as well, with some air traffic control and a good amount of Osprey Airways traffic as well. Great to see some departures already gone ahead already. I think one of them is about to depart. We are in, we are in the FSS E-Jets today, the E195 variant to be specific. And that is because there's Osprey 3 Yankee Oscar all the way down at the bottom there, lining up in front of the 777s and the A380. Ian's here somewhere as well. Trying to spot him.
About 737 Max, runway 30 right behind.
Maybe he's underneath. There he is. Got him, Osprey 2472. Yeah, we're in the FSS E195 today, here at Dubai for a flight to the new VueloSimple Almaty airport in Kazakhstan. Pretty decent airport, and one that's actually trickier than people realise. This time of year it typically is shrouded in fog, mist, haze, a combination of, and therefore low visibility, with mountains to the side of the airfield giving some spectacular views, but some tricky approaches as well that are quite technically quite technical in their execution. So we're going to give it a go today. We're going to give this beast a run for its money as well, the FSS E195 with the experimental branch and the custom FMS, and therefore LNAV and VNAV as well, that's input into the aircraft. And if I'm honest, this has been a bit of a frustration of mine for a very long time now, because this aircraft had all of the potential of a very high fidelity aircraft add-on that we've all been looking forward to enjoying, yet at the same time the FSS team has pretty much not made much progress over the last couple of years. Great takeoff there. And it's been about, what, 3 years since it's been released, and I think, although others disagree, that the progress of this in early access is frankly unacceptable. I've been very vocal about it over the last few years, and as such we've effectively not flown this, well, since, because it's just not acceptable. I know some content creators like it as it is and say, well, you can learn to do the manual element of the VNAV, but frankly the aeroplane at this stage should be able to do it all in one go, because it's supposed to simulate the entire real thing, right? If you then choose to fly, manually calculate your VNAV profiles and use vertical speed mode to descend, so be it. But this should be complete by now. So it's nice to see that the experimental version is now available for public release, to give us a little go, and to see basically what they've been able to achieve in this new package. All the sounds and the textures, everything are pretty decent. But no doubt we will make some rusty little mistakes today. But this is a great aircraft because it flies into and out of places like London City Airport. It's known for its capability with steep approaches, for example. So into the flight deck then, and yeah, pretty unfamiliar scenario or surroundings for us compared to what we usually fly. Commentator, welcome matey, MPS, hope you're well. Zato, good to see you. There's Zato in the 747-8. Jay, good morning mate. Badger, thanks to the Meta in the live chat there. Hope you're well. Hope you've all had a good Christmas. Ian, good evening to you. Welcome. So the custom FMS is here. I've had a little go, muck around with it at the moment. We've still got, using the tablet, 2 minutes left for boarding, and I'll basically just walk you through a few little things that you might need to consider. So one of the things inside their website is a comment about nav data input. Now I think it's a bit weird, but effectively they say that they use a different type of, in fact let me read it out as it is. So they have a file inside the package called navdataupdater.exe. They say that we use a custom-built nav data format that allows us to query and process data independently of any specific application with very high performance, they say. Unfortunately, Navigraph cannot provide this file format directly through their app. For this reason, you'll find nav-data-updata.exe in the aircraft folder, located in the msfs packages directory. And effectively, you connect your Navigraph subscription through their nav data executable package to then update the nav data inside this aircraft. Why they've done it that way, I will never know. It seems quite convoluted and a bit stupid, but you know, if it means we get Navigraph nav data in here, I'm happy. Rather than using the crappy Sobo, like messy kind of default versions that they have. So that's a positive, but yeah, follow the instructions in the documentation hub for FSS that will guide you through that process. It's not too difficult. And then in things like your tablet here, you can load up your flight plan. It gives you access to all of the flight details. That looks like we are almost done boarding. To then load your sim brief route, you click nav. Sometimes you might need to click it twice to go into the nav index. Go data link, address, flight plans, and then you can see the company address selected like so. And therefore the ground address should already say sim brief, but that there will connect your sim brief plans across. So when you go to data link flight plan, you could send a request in there, or instead you go route, flight plan request send, and it will basically just immediately load in like so. Flight level 350 for our cruise altitude today, flight time of about 3 hours 45 minutes.
Emirates 64 Papa, readability 5, how me?
And I've got to remember the radio is actually inside the Honeywell FMS. Same with the Perth Init page. So we go to Perth Init, send request, that allows us to pull that data in to the aeroplane. FMS for our calculations. Loading is finished. Now, there's a bug here with the tablet. It does some weird stuff, right? Runway. This section here, I assume, is performance calculation. When you click calculate, it does some weird thing and makes the aircraft go a bit jiggly. But that should be our V speeds there, using the calculations we've just done, I think. Rob, welcome, good afternoon. Great to hear, mate. Has the EFB Centre FMC disappeared? If I'm honest, mate, I've not flown this for a very long time, so I don't actually know if it was ever there. You can click instant for begin loading as well if you want to kind of skip all of that. But we should have 11,000 kilograms of fuel on board. There we go, 11,050. So assume therefore it's all set up, ready to go. Pretty good. We've got a little checklist here. Although we have one on the Knowledge Hub, which I'll be using today as well. It's a little bit out the way down there. You click it and you can flip it across. It's got a nice little animation associated with it, but I don't know if there is a way for you to actually bring it into a more useful position or just stow it down there. So it's a bit of a strange place to have a checklist because you don't want to be like looking down here and zooming in. That I think needs a bit of work. I don't know. Let us know as we go along what you guys all think in the comments section. And we're going to start getting our clearance first, and we'll make our way. So we've got 20 minutes to our planned push and start time. We got 11875, which is Dubai Tower, but we got ground 1183. 118.350. Oops. Click it to switch it. And then we're going to get our departures and things sorted out as well when we get our clearance. We are expecting the Davmo for Foxtrot on runway 30 right. The departure ATIS is QNH1013 Hotel. Enhanced wake turbulence. Cool. By ground. Good evening, Osprey 165. It's an Embraer one-liner 5 on stand. Charlie 53, QNH 1013 Information Hotel. Request clearance to Almaty, please.
Osprey 165 Dubai ground. Hello, you clear to Almaty. Gate Terminal 4, park for departure. Initial climb 4,000 feet. Squawk 6243.
Cleared to Almaty. Davme for Foxtrot departure. Initial climb 4,000 feet. Squawk 6242. Osprey 165. Okay. Right, so runway 30 right. Davmo for Foxtrot for the SID. That goes in there like that, and then we can apply it. And it locks it in, and then we can see our vertical profile here as well. There's a couple of different tabs like weather and checklists and things. And there's a TCAS range thing as well if it goes a bit foobar.
Ground, Emirates 380, just wondering if you got a departure clearance request.
And then there's different options here for like map, plan, all that sort of thing.
Okay, cover that.
So, that's all done. I'm going to put the arrival in now. If we need to change it later, we will. We're expecting the ECLAD 2 Delta arrival for runway 23 left, which is at ILS Yankee. So I'm going to go runway 23 left, ILS 23 left Yankee via Deck T. And it's going to be the ECLAD 2 Delta. So next page. Next page. ECLAD 2 Delta. That looks good. Apply. So yeah, already with the custom FMS, vast improvements compared to when we last flew this, which is great to see. That's all good. Just send that request again. Make sure we've planned it properly. Cruise altitude 350.
I'm still not getting the
Problem, we'll do it with a voice then. Emirates 30 with information hotel, request clearance to Hong Kong.
Squawk 6242. So the ATIS says, during pushback and taxi, Squawk assigned transponder code.
Sorry, could we get the squawk again? We've got 05 and missed the last one.
So I'm just going to pop it on.
And I've just got your clearance.
Okay, copy that, thanks.
Ah, Sato, that's not good. By the way, in nav, if you go to patterns, that is giving you your procedural turns, your holds, and your flyover settings. Worth just noting that. Okay. We need to get our APU on. So, flight deck's checked, that landing gear lever's already down and stuff anyway. GPU is going to be out. We've got that on at the moment. APU gen's pushed in. We'll do this bits. Seatbelt signs. Oxygen's been checked already. We're going to get the APU on, which is here, so we're going to go on. Start. We'll get rid of the music in a second. There we go, so we can have a little listen.
Go ahead, South Yankee.
South Yankee, you're clear to Edinburgh via the VNAV 2 park for departure. We should climb 4,000 feet, plus 6212.
Good Edinburgh, up to Papa departure, 4,000 feet initially, squawk 6212, Emirates South Yankee.
Takeoff, thank you. Your back is correct. Unit 1013, coming ready for push and start. Break, M7 Victor.
M7 Victor.
M7 Victor,
That's your APU sounds.
good attack, run 30 right of the Zulu. Zulu 3, hold short, kilo 1.
And then we get the air conditioning packs inside and all that sort of stuff start to kick in, which is nice. And the GPU bus is disconnected in favour of the APU, as you can see there, because we've got FSS bus tyres on automatic. Therefore, the GPU is disconnected. And as such, we can go into ground and release that ground power unit, like so. Happy days. What was that we just clicked? I have no idea. Right, okay, takeoff briefing then, folks. For the charts, we're here at Concourse Delta. We're going to push start, probably facing south on kind of Zulu 2, around about there. Taxi for us is going to no doubt be like Lima 1 and then either Mike 1 Alpha Bravo or Charlie to cross 30 right. So they're taxiing all the way up November to line up around November 10 or November 12 for departure on the mega long 4.3 kilometre runway 30 right. Davmo for Foxtrot departure, so initially climbing out towards the bay and then heading northbound, minimum of speed of 190 knots. Climbing up on that Davmo 4 Foxtrot, initial climb to 4,000 feet, which is be Dubai 568 level at that point until we get further by ATC, hitting Davmo at or above 12,000 feet, with independent parallel arrivals operating currently on runway 30 left for us to consider as well. Our journey today is going to route us up over the Middle East, headed out of Dubai, crossing over the Persian Gulf in through Iranian airspace, and then we'll be working up through, I think it's Turkmenistan, before heading up towards Kazakhstan. So, heading north before we head east for our journey today. Justin, hello buddy, welcome. Daniel, nice. How are you finding the A380? So, active flight plan's already done. What we can do is have a little look at our departure limitations. Like so, takeoff speeds therefore are set. Pre-click send request, that should pull the latest data.
118750 and it's 7 Victor, bye-bye.
So what have we got here? Doesn't like that bit, does it? So flaps 1. Sort this out. Let's go or flaps 1, turn. Where's my weights and balances?
Dubai ground, hello, Osprey Yankee at stand Charlie 52 with information.
Center gravity 7.9.
Almaty.
Won't let me do that. Takeoff temperature
Pressure 6 in Almaty by the Davmo 4 Foxtrot departure.
25 degrees.
Climb initially 4,000, squawking 0577. Osprey 7 for Yankee.
We'll do takeoff profile 1.
1013 and we'll call ready for push. Osprey 7 for Yankee heavy.
Anti-ISO. Cell temper 44. So actually it needs to be there, 25. Still getting my head around a lot of these new menu items. So that'd be like so. First rating select. Going to be automatic. Climb 2.
North Juliet 3, Emirates Delta Yankee.
Runner 45 right now.
Cool. Now up here we've got speed, manual speed or FMS speed. So we'll allow it to stay on FMS speed, 147, 147, 148. That's pulled in from my sim brief flight plan in fact. So if I've done that, I need to ensure that actually this is flaps 2. Because that's what SimBrief's asking for. Unless I change it, no, it's not actually allowing me to do that. Cool. So we'll make sure that does match, just to ensure safety. Make sure they all match up accordingly. So we are ready to go with that. What's next on my checklist? Seatbelts, takeoff performance set, auto brake, RTO. That's there. Alright, and then we'll get the tug attached. So we've got parallel 4.2 flow pro. Prepare for pushback and departure. To get rid of the jetty. I've got some custom views set up for you folks today as well.
Started approved. I'm very test anyway.
How many of you in the chat have had a go at the FSS E-Jet experimental, and what have you found of it so far? There goes an A380. Look at that. What a machine. Ooh.
Background Osprey 88 Yankee at San Charlie 54 Lima request pushback and engine start.
Departure checks completed.
Text says still quirky. Interesting. I've done one flight with it so far without the Navigraph nav data being synced into it via the executable, and I found that really buggy. So I'm hoping this one with the nav data works pretty nice. Hey, there's MPS on the comms. Have a quick check of the overhead. So automatic, automatic, automatic. That's all on auto and on. Auto. Lights all set. That's all good. Dome can stay off. Lights and signs set. Emergency lighting's armed. That's all good. APU's on. Windshield wipers are off. Strobes are off. Beacon light can go on in a second. They're all off. They're on automatic. Aircon. Ground Osprey 165, stand Charlie 53, request pushed up. Roger, hold position. 165. Visualizations on automatic. And pumps are all on. Down here we've got the different radio options. Flaps 2 probably makes.
And so for Yankee, go ahead.
That's all good.
Negative, we're just prepping here for pushing through. We'll call you in a bit.
Zalto's back. Well, while we wait anyway, let's go into the cabin a sec. So, here we are. Big bright lights on the roof. Non-configurable options there. And then there's like a ghost block here that you can't walk through, and I remember that being there in the past, so you have to kind of go across like so to then walk through the cabin. You get stuck pretty quickly, like so. Which makes it like nearly impossible to walk the cabin unless you kind of like find the gaps in the invisible blocks like this. So you kind of have to extend the centre line of the aisle all the way through that line of seats, which is a bit strange, but the cabin looks okay. It's nothing special, is it, these days? But we've got custom Osprey Airways cabin. Hey Ramp, welcome buddy. Merry Christmas to you, mate. Hope you had a good one. Massive amount of legroom on these emergency exit seats. Good view. Out the wing. So waiting for our colleague there before we get our push and start.
South Yankee, straight ahead, taxi via Julia 3, hold short keel and 1 break. Runner 64.
Cool looking aircraft, in reality.
Contact tower 118.750, bye-bye.
Roger, contact tower 118.750, 0965, bye-bye.
Osprey 165, goodbye ground.
Go ahead.
Osprey 165, start as a 2-face eastbound Zulu, Dodge.
Just off East Zulu, and yeah, we'll watch our company traffic, Osprey 165. East Zulu, continue pushback.
Goodbye ground, good evening, Gulf Air 511.
Flight brakes off. Let's get rid of that.
Good evening, Black Sea 4.
Here we go. Right. Beacon is on. Transponder's on. Park brakes off. Engine start 1 and 2. So APU and everything's on up here. Now what you do have on this aeroplane is all the throttle systems here. So ignition's automatic. We're going to go 1 first. Start. 7% N2, we should get ignition. But they're on automatic.
Taxi via Juliet 3, ultra kilo on 1.
Fuel flow at 20%. We've got that coming up. ITT's rising, all pressure within 10 seconds. Start to rise, temperature's going up as well. And then it wants a timer for 2-minute warm up. On the outside.
Sorry about that. Emirates 3 is request push and start.
3 years on that, yeah. Gone fast, appreciate the support, mate. Hope you had a good Christmas. Right, engine 2. Start. Ignition's auto again.
Behind, I'm sorry, I cannot
Watch from this view. It is nice to be back in this, because I thought when it first launched this is going to be really exciting, and then it just fell fat on its arse. Such little progress. J4, interesting.
Goodbye ground, good evening, Gulf Air 511. 511.
So they've got like an ambient sound pack in this as well, so you can hear the cabin noise. Parking brake keybind for me doesn't work, so I have to physically pull it up by clicking it. Keybind to turn it off works, but the toggle keybind doesn't turn it back on again.
VNAV 3 Foxtrot for departure and initial climb 4000, and can you say again for the squad number?
511 squad 0571.
Heads up display.
Squad 0571 Gulf Air 511.
511 1, 0571.
511. 511 1 Gulf Air 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 511. 511 1 Gulf Air
Right, after start. Flaps set.
Ground, Osprey Fahrenheit, how long is delay for me push and start?
Flap 2. APU is going to come off.
Osprey,
Oh, I forgot to turn, so that System 3 elec pump A should be off and then turned on, but I've had that on anyway.
Your mic is
Control
low,
off.
can you repeat?
Osprey 598, sorry about that. What stand are you?
Set.
Alpha 9, Osprey Fahrenheit.
Osprey 598, push started the proof face east on Zulu, start for delay.
Push and start a pro phase Zulu, Osprey Fahrenheit.
Background Osprey E195.
Do some rudder checks.
Osprey 808, Yankee, taxi via Zulu, Juliet 1, Lima 3, hold short Lima 3 Alpha.
Taxi via Juliet 1, Lima 3, hold short.
Taxi light nose and side on.
Dubai ground, Gulf 511, request push and start, stand Alpha 5.
For 511, push started the proof face east on Zulu.
Facing east on Zulu, Gulf 511.
Osprey 7 for Yankee, ready for push and start. Stand Charlie 52.
Osprey 7 for Yankee, hold position, aircraft now.
Osprey 165, request taxi.
For Yankee.
Ah!
And I'll take the block.
Osprey 165, request taxi.
Osprey 165, follow the company ahead, holding point Zulu 3 Alpha.
Follow company traffic ahead, Zulu 3 Alpha, Osprey 165.
Number 80, or correction, number 50, contact tower 118, that's the 5 away.
The world's most complicated signs.
Yankee, once traffic is clear behind you, push started the proof face east on Zulu.
Once the traffic is clear, we'll push into Zulu facing east. Osprey 7 for Yankee.
There we go. Wonder why I weren't moving.
So Black Sea, alright, Black Sea 784 right now.
What do you reckon, folks? FMS down or up? Let us know in the chat. Tracy, welcome. Hope you were good. Hope you had a good Christmas.
Just wanted to know how much delay for the Pushback current Black Sea
784 push started the proof face. Sorry about that, Black Sea 784 push started the proof face east on Papa.
East on Papa, Black Sea 784, thank you. Background,
Is the other station going?
Just wondering if you got altitude.
Station console time.
FedEx 353.
Are you calling for
Yes, we sent through a TCL.
Christ, he's got so far ahead, I'm not sure where I'm going.
253, did not receive it, standby, he's got an error.
Okay.
Follow company traffic anyway. Going to pre-arm LNAV and VNAV. That's what they are all shouting about in this.
Go ahead.
What's that? That's true airspeed 7-8 knots. That's the.
You've got an inroad, flight road, so you can do the road.
Okay.
I'll press toga nearer to the threshold just for confidence reasons. Otherwise, I get worried that we'll have like a MD11 moment again. before takeoff, all we've got on the checklist from them is cabin secure, data takeoff reviewed, ICAS check, brake temp check, takeoff config checked, lights.
Yankee continues to have to be on mic, you have to be on mic, home plate mic 13 Alpha.
Continue taxi via Mike 13 Alpha, turn Osprey
Razor Yankee, Osprey 165, like that, he's following the company traffic, home plate mic 13 Alpha.
Follow company traffic, hold point Mike 10 Alpha, Osprey 165. So take the next right, and then head all the way down, Mike, towards the threshold, between the two runways, and it's about 2/3 of the way up on the left, Mike 10 Alpha. Yes, Harry, this is it. Right, let's go onto takeoff mode. So you can see we've got takeoff and roll as the active modes. Flight director left, the one that's kind of in command, and then we've got LNAV, VNAV armed, white.
So could we get the whole shot again?
Harry, so you have to uninstall it. If you've got it on Contrail, for example, uninstall it, and when you reinstall it, it'll ask you if you want the experimental version or a different version. How do you hide this tablet on the right? I don't want it here.
And can you repeat again for Osprey for Yankee?
Because it's very broken.
Roger, taxi via Zulu, Lima 1, Lima 3, Mike 1, and 3 Alpha.
Should be a roughly similar process, Aether, if you've got it in Aerosoft.
Osprey 808 Yankee, Monster Tower 118, that's 750.
Tower on 118, that's 750, Osprey 808.
Osprey 165, U2 Monitor Tower 118.
Monitor Tower 118.750. Thanks to the ATC, have a good evening, Osprey 165, bye. So we've got Tower, and then we've got Centre 132. I don't know if you can see this, folks, but there's like little jitteriness. I don't know if it's the aircraft simulating hitting the little taxiway bumps.
Yankee to back tower.
132150, so pre-arm right?
Yankee, are you able intersection Mike 10 Alpha for departure?
Stand by.
Osprey 165 to back tower.
Good.
Osprey 165, same question for you, are you able Mike 10 Alpha for the departure?
AFM, I'll just need a few minutes for performance recalculation.
No problem, continue Mike 13 Alpha. Correction, Mike 10 Alpha.
Do you Mike 10 Alpha for Osprey 165?
Tower 808 Yankee, same, we'll be able to do
Perhaps 2. Ah, perfect. No difference.
Roger, continue Mike 10 Alpha.
According to SimBrief anyway, no difference in takeoff performance there at all.
Emirates 21, the surface wind 320 degrees 8 knots, runway 30 left, clear to land.
There's the line 30 left, Emirates 21.
So what have we got on map here? Let's go TCAS, weather. Crikey, we don't want weather then. Plan. Waypoint centered, systems, so that's where we get all of our different systems. Lovely job. Okay, so I need to work out how to bring the zoom in. On the plan. Going to be that. Yep, there we go. Happy days. scrolly wheel. So far so good, folks. Is significantly improved at least up to this point compared to the version that we flew a few years ago. But again, time will tell when we get airborne. I mean, VFS being 0 concerns me a little bit, because I think that should effectively be our green dot speed, right? I'm going to be safe and I'm going to put 180.
Osprey 808 Yankee via Mike 10 Alpha, the surface
190.
20 degrees 8 knots, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Just to be safe.
Clear for takeoff, runway 30 right.
And Osprey 165 behind the departing company, Boeing 737-900 via Mike 10 Alpha, line up and wait, runway 30 right behind.
Behind the company traffic, line up and wait 30 right behind Osprey 165. Not going to do a United when we zoom on in. There we are. Just configure that drone camera a little bit more for the takeoff. Should be about right there. Ah yes, you can hover over the numbers in the map. Jerry, thank you mate. So you hover over there, you see the little up and down arrows. You can use the scroll wheel, that's pretty cool. So Mike 10 Alpha.
Emirates 380 Dubai Tower.
Do you know, so I'm not in a big rush here to line up. I will turn the strobe lights on now.
Mike holding point Mike 13 Alpha, runway 30 right.
And I'll turn all the lights and signs on. For the cabin attendants call to let them know.
Osprey 74 Yankee Dubai Tower.
I'm just going to really scrub the speed off and keep it tighten the turn. Thank you, Tom. Yeah. Very early, love it. He's rolling.
Emirates 21, runway vacated.
Emirates 21, welcome to Dubai, taxi Juliet 2, hold at Juliet 2 Alpha.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a way to hide the tablet. I'm sure some of you might know.
Juliet 2, hold Juliet 2 Alpha. Emirates 1.
And Emirates 21, contact Dubai ground 118.350.
118.350, Emirates 21, bye.
I am somewhat nervous for this. After takeoff is just landing gear up, APU off, slats, flaps up. But we've already got the APU off.
And Osprey 74 Yankee, go ahead.
Osprey 74 Yankee, we'll continue taxi Mike, holding point Mike 13 Alpha, runway 30 right.
Roger, continue taxi Mike 13 Alpha, 03 right, Osprey 74 Yankee.
That's Carlito.
808 Yankee,
Ahead of us.
contact UAE radar, frequency 132.150.
Contact UAE radar.
Strobes. It's a bit about right for the drone. We'll come to a stop. Right. Go. Very exciting. Be a slight delay on the departure because of our same routing for minimum route and separation requirements. Night Shadow, good morning to you. Happy Christmas. Hope you had a good one.
Osprey 165, surface wind 320 degrees 8 knots, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Is it alright? Clear for takeoff, Osprey 165.
Black C784 Dubai Tower.
Go ahead, go back to 784.
Black C784, hold November 9.
Power set, speed's alive.
Old November 9 of FS2024.
80 knots.
Emirates
Check.
380 via Mike 13 Alpha, line up and wait, runway 30 right.
Rotate. Being a little bit gentler there on the rotation. Positive rate, you're up. There we are.
Osprey 165, contact UAE radar, frequency 132.150 on good.
132150 Osprey 165. Thanks for ATC today. Where's that ruddy flight director gone? There he is.
380 traffic at Member 195.
Emirates 984, say altitude. Emirates 9874, identified climb level 250, unrestricted high speed bird.
Well, I said a good evening, Osprey 165's airborne, approaching 4,000 feet. Davmo 4 Fox.
Osprey 165, UAE, good afternoon. Identified climb flight level 230, unrestricted high speed approved.
Flight level 230 and restricted speed, Osprey 165. Auto throttle doesn't seem to be doing anything for me.
Approved. Stand by. Air brake. Lufthansa 634, turn left 330 degrees, cleared ILS 30 left. 630 degrees,
Right, now auto throttle is working. I had to click and hold it a little bit longer.
Emirates 9874, turn left direct.
A little bit
Laudo,
buggy.
Lima Alpha, Lima Delta Oscar.
Now it's pitching down. See that this bit is
continue climb flight level 370.
really really buggy. I think.
Osprey 0, correction 808 Yankee, continue climb flight level 330.
Accelerating up. Let's get the flaps up to 0.
Lufthansa 634, maintain 180 knots, correction 160 knots until 4 DME.
Doing alright here though now. A lot of the that departure, for example, is likely to be a little bit of pilot error because I've not flown this in a very long time.
Emirates 380 heavy UAE today, identified climb flight level 250, unrestricted high speed
You
approved.
kind of see this weird little like bumpiness going on in the aircraft, and I don't know why. Does everyone else get that in this?
Canada 56, speed 190
Night Shadow is
knots.
any builds
Speed 190 knots.
making this.
Emirates 508, monitor advisor.
The G-force simulation. Is it actually? Because it's pretty rubbish. How'd you turn it off? This is live, Joe. Welcome.
Air
Oh, there you
Canada
go.
56, turn left heading 030 degrees.
That's a horrible effect. Why would you want that? That's not a good option to have.
Lufthansa
Jesus.
634, call tower 118.75. Good afternoon.
Right, corresponding air vent
Emirates 380, turn right direct Laudo,
to hide
Lima
the
Alpha,
tablet.
Lima Delta Oscar.
There's a air vent. Nothing happens there. There's some switches for an air vent. There's some air vent. Can't seem to turn that off.
Direct Laudo.
Air vent. Nothing. Through 10. Landing lights. Seatbelt signs.
Emirates 380, what is your estimated time and altitude over Laudo?
You can either rotate that, or you can press in the centre like in the CRJ to sync it with your heading, which is a pretty neat feature. Just zoom out a little bit more. We're going to go to standard pressure. So
Canada 56 left turn 300 degrees, cleared ILS 30 left.
Standard.
300, clear ILS 30 left here, Canada 56.
So there, look, we can push to go at standard pressure. I don't think it's a very nice effect on the ground either, Jerry, to be honest. Maybe on touchdown. In some variations, the click spot is on the square bracket where the mount connects to the windowsill. Like here.
Roger. Etihad 19 November, runway 31 left, cleared takeoff, surface winds 320 degrees, 8 knots.
61 left, that was that one.
I mean, it's cool that extends out. It's quite useful to the charts.
Galaxy 784 Heavy UAE, good afternoon. Identified climb level 230, unrestricted high speed approved.
Unrestricted 230, Galaxy 784.
So you don't seem to be able to hide
Air
that.
Canada 56, are you able to join the localizer from there, or do you need more vectors?
No, I'm still on the localizer, Canada 56.
Air Canada 54, roger. Correction, Air Canada 56, roger, speed 160 knots or greater until 4 DME.
Speed 160 knots or greater.
Well, what's that climb speed in here?
Number 30 should be 8 minutes.
Speed's 270 in the
Number
climb.
380, roger. Number 9874, continue climb, flight level 360, turn right direct, net, so. Number 380, continue climb, flight level 350.
So it's in auto. Climb 2.
And number 9874, your final request is unable for your direction of flight. Can you accept any odd altitude?
Actually, it says he's been obsessed with Elevate X after we've introduced it to several weeks ago. Can't wait a second screen to watch your ops on both. Awesome. It's a very good tool. Definitely better than
Number 9874, roger, climb flight level 350.
Balanta.
Air Canada 56, call tower 11875, good evening.
So there we go. First time in quite a few years now, 2 years I think since we last flew this. The E195 FSS.
Evening, Alpha 511, maintaining 4000, direct to Delta Bravo.
So far so good, albeit a little error on takeoff, deactivating order thrust.
Identified climb flight level 260, unrestricted high speed approved.
Definitely improvement with the Custom FMS, but I think 100% you need that nav nav data installed, otherwise you're going to have a pretty tricky time with it.
Number 2 Alpha Yankee, monitor advisory, take care. Go. Osprey 808 Yankee, Tehran is offline, monitor advisory, take care.
Monitor advisory, thank you very much.
Gulf Air 511, proceed direct orbit.
What's the direct orbit, Delta Air 511?
Osprey 165, continue climb flight level 350.
Continue climb 350, Osprey 165.
UAE radar, hello,
So,
Osprey Center Yankee, airborne 3204, 4000.
Osprey 74 Yankee Heavy UA, hello, identified climb flight level 230, unrestricted high speed approved.
Climb flight level 230, unrestricted and high speed is approved, Osprey Center Yankee.
Quick check of this.
Unit 8 Papa, descent altitude 8,000
Nothing
feet.
at all in the checklists.
Descending at 8,000
Cruise.
feet, direct Papa.
Etihad 19 November, stay altitude.
Yeah, performance hit, I can't really detect any. Obviously Dubai is quite a good one to choose, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because
19
some
November,
aircraft do
identified
struggle
climb
with
level 320,
having Dubai loaded in as well, depending on the system you have. But this, I've got my simulator capped at 60 frames per second, running in native 4K, and it is sitting at 60 frames per second. So yeah, very, very good indeed. This is going to be 1228 next. I have got chase plane Lilo. but I found that it was causing me too many problems, clashing with a lot of my preset stuff, so I need a bit of time to transition across into chase plane to give it a good shot. I found it was locking a lot of my views out, which is quite frustrating.
Nomadic 315, read back correct, Russell came with QNH 4. Sorry, what's broken? Come again? Rec QNH 1014. QNH 1014, thanks. Nomadic 315.
Rob says you can have the lights work. There is a setting in the FB. What do you mean with the lights, mate?
Osprey 165, you're leaving my airspace. Tehran is offline, monitor advisory, good day.
Over to advisory, Osprey 165, thanks for the ATC, see ya. The little things. So they released version 0.9.20 on the 29th of November 2023. By the way, folks, down here, all of these ships, Seafront Simulations Global Shipping. They are all animated and they're all sailing around to various little ports in the world around you and below you, which is amazing. So if you want immersion in the seas below, look at that. And certain areas are very dense with shipping. They load them all in. This is obviously the Persian Gulf, so quite an active shipping area, a lot of tankers and things, and they add all of those in. So yeah, really, really superb to get that. It's available on Contrail. I can get the link to the description actually as well. I'll put it in the description for the live stream if I remember how to do it with the new dashboard that we have on YouTube. Let's see where it is. Global Shipping 24. There we go. Cool. I'll pop that in the description as well, so you can find that. So yeah, they released the FSS E-jets back in, well, at least the 195 that we're in at the moment certainly, but a little bit later I believe. But yeah, the initial release was version 0.9.20 on the 29th of November 2023. So we are now 2 whole years post-release and we are still in early access, which I think is really frustrating. Let's be honest, if I am being honest, I don't think that's good enough. It's nice to see now that they've finally started to make really significant movement in their roadmap, because they've released a number of updates since its release, sure, across the 2 years, but they've not really improved that much when you look into all of those changelogs in reality. Some of them were quick fix patches, for example. One of the main updates was some auto thrust logic improvements back in August 2024, ground proximity warning system, stick shaker system, and then some issues with brightness of the screens and all that sort of stuff, flickering display. So it's been really slow progress over the next 2 years. The next patch, or the next update from them, is, I would imagine, going to be dependent on how well this experimental public release is that we are using today, because that will become the next version of the stable branch, I would imagine. And for what it's worth, I don't think this can still do RNAV approaches yet. the lights on the autopilot panel so you know what's active. Yeah, see, this is the thing, like, why are they not on by default? Or is that just something that's not actually on the real jet and they've just added onto the model? I'm not sure. Where would it be in the settings? Aircraft. Oh, it's not on the real jet. Probably makes sense why I found it quite confusing that there's no lights on there then. It should almost be... Where is it? Let's find it first. Disable glare shield LEDs. I mean, it's a neat feature if you're certainly learning it to see what the active modes are. But if it's not on the real jet, I think maybe you should either have it on like this, or when you toggle it off, a model change that then hides them. Because otherwise you're looking for them to be illuminated, aren't you? Nated end. No, I get that. But bear in mind, FSS have been working on the Aerosoft A330 as project managers. They've worked on the 727, a whole load of different... they actually do a lot of work in the background behind the scenes with various other companies as project managers and all that sort of stuff. But I think 2 years of early access is about 6 months too long. At this point we should have a full release, I personally think, certainly because of the amount of cash that people have spent buying these products. I think that's more than reasonable. Oh yeah, I can see that there. Is that the little button here? That's the off switch. And the on switch, but it doesn't hide it. Or at least we can turn that one off, because that one's probably balked, isn't it? Vega, welcome. Nurtak says, what do you think about FSS not allowing content creators to quote hate on the aircraft and claiming it as copyright? Well, I've never heard of them doing that, if I'm honest. And I think all developers should accept, providing it's constructive, honest, real criticism, with a with an attempt to help improve the product going forwards. I think that's more than reasonable. If you're getting in the aeroplane and you're making no attempts to get it right, and you're just going, this doesn't work, that's crap, that doesn't work, that's crap, then yeah, why would you tolerate that? So, I mean, there's a lot of bad creators out there. There's a lot of dishonest creators out there as well that only offer a good opinion if they get paid to offer a good opinion. So, yeah, I kind of understand if they are, but I don't know. I've not heard of them doing that, if I'm really honest. I mean, I've had good conversations with Martin in the past as well, which who I think is one of the managers of FSS. I've not had a bad experience with dealing with them, and I've been very vocal about how frustrated I've been with the E-Jet's lack of progress. I have been vocal about that quite a lot in the past. Got quite annoyed the last time I used it with the lack of progress as well. So I don't know, I think as long as it's custom, as long as it's realistic and decent feedback, I don't think they have reason to complain. At the same time though, I don't think it would be a copyright claim if you've got access to the product and you're using it for content, so I don't know. But like I said, I've not heard of them do that. And I can't find their content creator policy anywhere. What's frustrating for me is they were trying to get the custom FMS out this time, well actually October last year, and it's taken 14 months to get this experimental version out. So that's where I get quite frustrated. Definitely Bogan, welcome. Thank you, buddy. Were you tower ground or Dubai radar? Well, Nathan, don't forget that €1 million for Aerosoft's Rushed A330 was actually a EU loan, development fund loan from the German government. So that that raised a number of issues in itself. They basically had to show by a certain deadline that they'd had a product that had been released from the funds that they'd received from the government to help support their company, and so they just had to basically throw it out there regardless, I think. Rob says Captain Canada tried an RNAV approach yesterday and it failed miserably. If he'd looked at the road plan on the FSS website though, it says that they don't have. I'm just going to load it back up again. News, products, E-Jets, roadmap, where is it? Yeah, it says about in the future. It says in the future there's going to be RNAV, but currently I don't think it does. Right, levelling off at cruise. Let's just keep an eye on the jet, see what it does. Approach types. Interestingly though, it doesn't say in the documentation hub that it can't do it. We're going to be doing an ILS approach today. One question I would have actually is whether or not he'd installed the Navigraph nav data using their executable file that's in the documentation hub. If not, that might be why he had a problem. Content creator policy, January 1st, 2024. You may create content based on FSS IP as long as you comply with this policy. Any content that violates this policy is prohibited. End user license agreements, content being appropriate, not obscene, explicit, defamatory, offensive, objectionable or harmful to others, complying with applicable laws. Fair enough. You may not use any FSS IP in any manner that is derogatory to FSS or that may damage the value, reputation or goodwill of FSS or its products or brands as determined by FSS. Your agreements with FSS. Odds. I mean, it's fairly... Well, it's a pretty unnecessarily strict content creator policy, because other companies don't seem to take that stance. But, hey-ho. I think it's one of those things that you need to... Again, like, if they question it, go, well, you've said this is rubbish and that's rubbish. Well, why have you said that it's rubbish? So I think as long as you offer context and understanding around it, I don't think they can complain. Certainly if they want to improve the product. This is early access, like they've said for a long time. What I find unacceptable is the fact it's been early access for now over 2 years. But it's now at the stage so far that it feels like they've done a really good job. So up to this point, certainly. I mean, the takeoff for me, I put it in Toga and accidentally disconnected the auto throttle system. Fair enough, that was on me, that's my mistake. But we got that back. Just to fix that. But actually, so far, this has been quite good. It's certainly VATSIMable. Compared to when we used it last time, and I had a pretty tricky time with it missing a lot of features and it being quite a raw, unfinished early access product. This feels like it's the other end of the scale now. It feels like it's almost there, almost at version 1.0. So to see that amount of progress since I last used it, it's quite refreshing. It's quite nice. Zato asked if he's going to get sacked for overtaking. Are you going to? Let me know. I'll try and spot you from below. Bogamer's Tower, thank you very much for the tower controller session. Hope you enjoyed the traffic. Hope we were all good enough. Notex says, is the FSS better than the one in X-Plane or not? I don't really follow it much. I don't use X-Plane, so I'm not sure if I'm really honest. Peter, good afternoon, Merry Christmas. Adam says, hello mate. This plane works. I've done 10 plus flights with it. It's a whole new aircraft practically. Also, one weird bug is how the lines for your flight plan are sometimes drawn. I suppose that's an element of the experimental nature of it. Certainly for me now, with the way that you get the Navigraph importation of the nav data, does make a bit of a difference, because I flew it the other day and I didn't have that installed, and I had at a LaGuardia a totally blank departures list, and then it would not allow me to activate the autopilot system at all. And I thought, oh god, here we go. But this is a different experience to what I had the other day. What I'll do is I'll show you, now we're in the cruise, we've settled in, I'll show you the nav data updater executable. Bazooka, welcome on board, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, 2 years is slow progress, Rab. Yeah, I have been quite vocal about how that is very slow, but I suppose you could argue at least we're at this point now. Cruise. Can we change what's... We're supposed to be cruise max 7.9. So why are we doing max 7.3? Why is that max 6.9? Still in climb 2 mode there. Should be in cruise. That hasn't snapped across. So that's a little issue. For some reason it wants us there at max 6.9. What if I could change it here? No, because that looks like that's going to bug out. It brought Davmo back up. So perf plan doesn't do anything. Turn the PFDs down a bit because now we're starting to get dark. As a reminder, we're flying into Almaty, VueloSimple Almaty Airport scenery for today. It's quite typically shrouded in fog and pretty dense weather, but we're also flying in live weather, and therefore it's going to be night time, so it's going to be pretty tricky. Try and bless it. Trying hard to get back up. It's the first time I think flying over Iran for us as well, interestingly enough. Right, I'll show you the heads-up display in a second, NA. What I want to do is show you the msfs folder. Right, so I'm going to show you the nav updater system, okay? So inside your community folder, it depends on where you have the EJet installed, right? For me, I find there's another native community folder called Community 2024 for some reason, and a load of stuff is installed into there. So you go into the aircraft. In this case today it's the FSS aircraft E195. We're in the E195, and then you find nav data updater here as a folder, an application, and you'll need to make sure it points to the FSS WASM data module folder that's included in this same folder structure. So when you double click and open it, you get a little admin pop-up thing, and then the executable appears, right? So currently nothing to update. Add path, and you want to go to the FSS WASM data. When you route to it to add the path, you select nav data VFS, and then you authenticate Navigraph, and then it will run in the background. Do this not in a flight, folks, and then it will update the nav data. Then boot the sim. That's how you install your latest nav data sort of system into the EJets. Hopefully that explains that. Right, there is your heads-up display. It doesn't seem to have an auto option. It's either up or down. No. Up or down or off. We can turn it to like the low setting like that. That dims quite nicely as well. There's an option here. I need to work out what the keybind is, but I think it's that red button there. I'd have to check. But there is a button on the yoke that allows you to temporarily disengage the autopilot to hand fly for whatever reason, and then when you release, it then reactivates the autopilot mode. I haven't tried it. That might be something I'll do in the future. No worries at all, yeah, thanks Bogan, appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your control session. So hopefully that shows you the heads-up display, NA. And Dubai City was... That's a very good question actually. I think it was... I think I might have still had the Orbex one installed. Let me check. I shall let you know. Yeah, Orbex Landmarks Dubai City. It's not a very good one if I'm honest. But it saves me having to buy the Unibuilds one, because I've already got the Orbex one. NA, nice. Well, if you haven't got it, mate, here's a little tip for some of you. If you are interested in buying this, and you think, you know what, this is at a stage now with the experimental version where I think, yeah, let's go for it. Click the link that's in the description. It'll take you to the Contrail website, directly the product page for the E195 package, and copy and paste in the description below the 10% off code in Contrail, and it will get you 10% off your order. And every single person watching can use that one time if you haven't already used that code. So that'll be a nice way of saving yourself a little bit of cash, certainly if you want to try it in early access as well. And you know, if you're going to buy a number of things, NA, or anyone else in the chat, and you're going to have a big checkout, big basket, whatever they call them on online shops, that 10% off code will work across your entire basket. So if you're going to go like on a big shopping spree and you're going to buy 5 or 6 sceneries, 2 or 3 aeroplanes, then that's where that code becomes really useful, because you're going to save yourself a ton of cash. Look how great this looks with the ambience now that it's night time. I mean, if I'm honest, this is actually quite... this has started to change my mind quite nicely actually so far. Granted, we've got to do descent and approach, but everything we've done so far in this is pretty good, I think, with this experimental branch. What do you guys think? Watching it in the background, do you think it's vastly improved compared to when we last used it? Do you think it's at a point now where you think it's acceptable in early access? Almost ready perhaps? Version 1. I'll put some screenshots into ElevateX as we go, and we'll have a little look at ElevateX in a moment. So here we go. There's our routing today. Osprey 3 Yankee Oscar's already well over Iranian airspace. Up in front, Osprey 2472 Ian as well. There's his screenshot. He's in the CRJ today, having some problems, he says, in the live chat with his autopilot not wanting to re-engage. Then we've got a screenshot I took a few seconds ago. Zato in his 747. Is it going to let me click that? Come on. Where is it? There we go. Ah, yes. Look at that. Brand new paint scheme for the Asobo 747-8 from Zato. Looking amazing. That's available to download now via our Discord server. I'll put it on our website as well at some point soon, so you'll be able to get it from BritishAvGeek.com. Badger in his Fly Dubai 737-800. The good old PMDG release the other day. Looking superb again. We've got Rob as well flying along 15 minutes ago, flying the Osprey Holidays livery in msfs 2020. Awesome. 737-800. And yeah, Dubai is looking pretty busy at the minute. Great air traffic controllers. You can see the night line now, we've gone into the darkness. NA might bundle it with the FSS 727 just because of the discount. Yeah, go for it, mate. Rab says, I hear they're switching the Dubai airports, moving Dubai to DWC and vice versa. Interesting. I think for this year there's going to be a big push to kind of like activate Dubai World Centre, whatever they call that airport. Let's see what we have system depth-wise on the map. So let's hide vertical profile. I thought that might extend that out down the bottom there, but it doesn't. Oh well. And then we've got our various different systems. Flight controls. We did have flight control checks. I should have really gone onto that mode so we can see all the control deflections. Hydraulic systems blank. Fuel systems, fuel flow, tank configuration showing us that. Electrical systems are on. Nice to see they're all sorted out. Carlito's undertaking from below. I wonder how you sort that weather out. So none of that is clickable. A little bit of porpoise in there. Ah, that's a click spot to change the altitude setting, which you can also do there, look. That's interesting. Ian, welcome mate, hope you're well. So, technically I designed the custom Osprey Airways paint night shadow. Our livery creator team though, Zato, Tapsi and some others are the folks who kind of turn it into the real liveries that we all enjoy. Look at these night lights now. Sim Update 4 has turned this sim into a stunning visual piece in that kind of nighttime landscape. Look at the light bloom coming from that city down below in Iran. Some lights up ahead. Might be Ian, not sure. Carlito said he's undertaking, so let's try and spot him. Look at those emissives, crikey, wow. Can't see him anywhere. Sure you're undertaking me? Oh, this looks great, doesn't it? On the outside at night time, how good those emissives look. Well, the nav light's a little bit OTT in that angle there, and then it kind of sorts itself out to a nice glow. See what the green one does. Oh, that's bright. Yeah, there's a little bump there where it goes super bright. Merry Christmas to you, Ian. Hope you're well. Did you do anything nice? NA said he's got the Moser AY210. Very nice. Wowzers. Impressive bit of kit. So now we've gone like proper night time. Got a little bit of glare shield. Got chart light down here. We'll have a look at some of the nighttime emissives now as like proper good test. Flood and storm lights. Turn that right up. Christopher, welcome. Merry Christmas. Did you do anything nice? Hope you're well. Revisionary panel there, so if everything starts to get a bit buggered, they don't seem to do anything at the moment. Oh, no, they do, they do. There we go. ICAS. Ah, look at that. Put that back on automatic. Then we've got a couple of other kind of light switches on the overhead panel here for cockpit lights. So we've got main panel lighting, which I'll just turn down with like a zoom out. So that's the backlighting of the instruments there. Overhead panel again, that'll be the same. Backlighting. And the pedestal. Dome light. Nice and bright. Annunciator test, nice little glow there from those lights. Good little reflection there as well. This little panel here, the lights reflecting off the glass, quite nice. Dennis, welcome. Finally got the TCA Boeing yoke for Christmas. Also gifted myself the E190-195. Sadly I can't get the FMC to work, it just stays black. Is that with the aircraft powered up? With like battery on, GPU attached to the aircraft, and like GPU in use up here on the AC bus, for example? Was that the same? And it might seem silly, but have you then tried to also turn the brightness up? And do you have anything installed, like product-wise, that might pull the data out? Not sure what else to suggest. It says lots of working over Christmas for me, sometime off coming up. Plan to smash out the 737-800 in msfs 2024 soon. Hope you've had a good one. Yeah, mine was good, thank you. I was working up to Christmas Day. I was off Christmas Day and then I was back in work yesterday with my old team who were kind of short-staffed, so went in for the day. For that, look at that! Wow. And then I was meant to be in today, but I took annual leave just to get the weekend off. Wong's asking, is Copenhagen by Flight Tamper okay in msfs 2024? Yeah, I've still got it installed, it seems to work okay. Just notice, I don't know if you can see it on the stream, but you can see the flash of the strobes lighting up the night sky around us. Don't know if you can see that. But now I've noticed it on my screen, it's quite bright. So the experimental version that we're in today, they've got on their documentation hub like a things to know. It says we're currently working on a version with completely custom built FMS. This is a complex project. We have a team of around 200 testers who review our progress almost every week. It sounds like a lot, but it doesn't mean that they're necessarily good testers. We've seen it with other products before where people just... It's the same with sim update betas, isn't it? People just want early access, so they get roles as testers and beta testers and God knows what else, but not all of them are necessarily really good quality testers. There's a guide on there about switching across either on Aerosoft 1 or on Contrail onto the experimental branch. And it says experimental is a snapshot of our internal test build. It's only updated occasionally when we reach major milestones. Smaller changes are tested exclusively by their internal beta team. Their new custom FMS is already integrated, bringing improved LNAV and for the first time VNAV support. It says this version is buggy, many things may not work as we're used to and crashes can happen. You can't report any bugs because no action is needed from us because they have a dedicated internal test team. And there is no support for this version either. It's strictly experimental. Support will only be available once version 1.0 is released. By the way, SimBrief route import, I know I mentioned it earlier. Oh, no, I did go all the way through it, didn't I? You go to nav, data link, address, flight plan, put your SimBrief flight plan in, and then route, flight plan request send, and it'll pull it all in. It's super easy. Progress page looking good. Looking pretty accurate actually. Arriving at 18:16 Zulu, so it's 6:15 UK time. That seems longer than I thought. We'll find out when we get closer. That back on auto now, it's recognised cruise. Ian says, is it me or does the strobe flash appear to emit from about 10 foot in front of the wing? I mean, I can see it there. I suppose you're mentioning this bit here where it illuminates in front. Try the other side. You can see it there again. Maybe it's just the way that it illuminates the front bit. Look at the cities down below as well, and the mountains. How cool does that look? I mean, in reality, you wouldn't see any of this flying at night. You'd see the light plume from the city below. You'd see the strobes of the beat, but you wouldn't see, like, you know, the ridges of the mountains and things necessarily. But it's great to see in the sim as a simmer. Yeah, so I see what you mean. There's like a buffer here, isn't there? Maybe it could be pulled in closer to the wing. Because now, if I zoom out, that makes it more prominent, doesn't it? There's definitely a gap with the emissive, and now we can't unsee it. Wowzers! What is that? Change my Elevatex to like satellite view, I think. If I can remember how. How do we do this? Configuration toolbox. No. can't change the map. MPS has put one up. Oh nice, he's in the Sakura Fuji Dreams 777 today. Finally transitioned across to msfs 2024 as well, haven't you, MPS? How are you getting on? So that is, if we are there, so that city that we've just flown over and saw from this side of the wing is Kerman, and then we have that weird swirly thing that we've just flown past that looked quite impressive is north of that, but it's in Arabic, so I have no idea what it's called, but it's near Ravar in Iran. Salto's on a different flight path by the looks of it. There he is. I mean, he's miles back, and look at that, we can see his lights as well. That's such a cool thing in msfs 2024 now, post-sim update 4, isn't it? And that's the screenshot you're on about, isn't it? Oh, look at that. Very cool. Google, welcome. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us today. Little poll for you as you're watching. Let us know what you think. How have you found the new experimental FSS E jets? Vote away. There's an option there if you don't own it as well, or if you haven't tried it yet. The ambient noise is quite good. This is the cabin now. There's no night lighting as such. Unless there is, because it says cabin lighting automatic. The emergency exit lights are on for some reason. Christ almighty, they are bright. What if there's a way to turn them off? Emergency exit lights are armed, they're not off. Let's turn the chart back off, the chart light off. Cabin lights on. There we go, so that's on. Cabin lights completely off, totally off. Automatic. So yeah, interesting logic behind it, but yeah, not terrible. It's just a bit different, isn't it? Ian, amazing. 59 months Silver Freegan Flyer. Appreciate all the support, mates. This is still the only flight sim channel worth sending money to, he says. That's very kind, thank you. Rob's waiting to be triple overtaken in about 20 minutes. Sartor says that's why he loves msfs 2024. He's fully switched over now. keeping 2020 though, in case 2024 hits the dumps again. I've totally uninstalled msfs 2020. I've not had it now for, what, a year now, I think? Around about 1 year. I don't miss it, if I'm honest. Sim Update 4 especially has really unleashed the really good power behind this this new sim. Night lighting is phenomenal, and we've got some superb products now across the really broad range of options in the sim. So we're pretty well covered, aren't we, for a variety of airports, aircraft, sceneries, the lot. That's Justin Pilot, welcome, good morning. Flying the MD-11, very nice. So we're waiting for a big update for that, aren't we? Rob's moved to msfs 2024 from Sim Update 4. It says, however, his system is not up to it yet, so he's come back to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Need more VRAM. I suppose that is one of the downfalls for msfs 2024, isn't it? The fact it needs such. It's very VRAM intensive, isn't it? I mean, I'm in the cruise now, of course, though, over Iran, and I'm utilising 45% VRAM at the moment out. What I have in my system, but I've got a total of 24 gigabytes, so I'm using almost 11 gigabytes of VRAM just in the cruise. 49%, 50% utilization of my GPU, 26% utilization of my CPU, and 41% utilization of my RAM, which is DDR5 RAM, 64 gig of RAM, and I'm using 26 gig of that. So, I mean, in theory, I could probably whack up the settings even more, but I don't necessarily want to. Canadian Flight Sim says thinking of flying to Almaty as well, but I'll fly a Turkish 777 cargo out of Istanbul. Ashley did that the other day, actually. Said it's a really good route to do. It's about 6 or so hours of flight time. If I show you the charts, folks, for Almaty, more so to show you the weather. So this is pretty typical this time of year in Almaty. Every time I've loaded in, even for the thumbnail for this live stream, it was really dense fog, so it's going to be good fun. The airport elevation, actually, for what it's worth, is 2,238 feet above mean sea level, so it's quite high up as well. Very long runway, about 4 kilometers, just over 4 kilometers in length. But yeah, the current winds and the weather now at the moment in Almaty for our arrival later is currently winds variable 1 meter per second. 2,800 meters of visibility in mist, broken cloud 700 feet above ground level, overcast at 10,000 feet, temperature is -0, dew point -2, QNH pressure is quite high, 1020, no significant change expected. I've not tried auto FPS actually yet, commentator, hope you're well. FU is smog, isn't it? Expecting that later as well, apparently. Crikey. Yeah, I had a good Christmas, matey, thank you. Yeah, it was nice. Christmas Day I was off, but I was working the day before and the day after. So, long shift yesterday. Smoke, yeah, smoke, smog. So that's on the TAF, that's on the forecast from 3 PM UK time, so in about 40 minutes from now. It should be quite interesting. On the charts, we have got a whole load of different arrivals. But aircraft from all over the world, but this one shows you the terrain of the south. Usually stunning views in the daytime, but you can see there a peak of 16,278 feet, which is really high. So you definitely don't want to drift south of the airport, sure. We're flying the Eclat 2 Delta, so that's going to be... I scrolled past it, there we go. Bosh. Coming in from Eclat, so we're going to be kind of going just to the north of all the mountains as we make our way in. And then we'll be flying over the Almaty VOR, which is just to the northwest of the airfield, before we then basically route up round and back. So it'll be a good little trip. We kind of hit Almaty's VOR and then we head up towards Gekti and then back in, like so. Taxi chart, lots of different charts. Arrival briefings. Continuous descent operations. You can see how long the runways are. We're expecting 2-3 left. So we'll vacate probably at Bravo and just roll on out towards Apron 1, the international terminal. I've got the full release version of this today. So the video I did on Almaty the other day showed a really nice little banner from VueloSimple saying like welcome to the British advocate community. But I've uninstalled that because he's made a couple of tweaks and changes since that based on feedback around runway numbers, etc. So we'll fly into the latest version of the scenery, which is the release package. John, welcome. Says he's been flying the experimental E-jets, having issues inputting the flight plan on a second leg. RNAV approaches are not so good, but it's an improvement that needs improving. Yeah, I mean their roadmap, for example, definitely still says about RNAV coming soon, not yet implemented. So I personally still wouldn't be trying to do RNAV approaches in this. Don't forget, Rob, though, ChatGPT gets a lot of stuff wrong still. Ben, I can't say, fortunately. No, Aidan, not much of a rest, unfortunately. Yesterday was a long old 12 and a bit hours, so but it was okay. Yesterday's double time, so it's not too bad. But we hosted on Christmas Day, so the other half's family came round for Christmas dinner and things. We cooked turkey and all that jazz. Did a nice spread. But hosting's always tiring, isn't it? Burning. Yeah, if you're in the market for graphics cards, I definitely wouldn't be getting anything less than 16 gig of VRAM. Madman said, these jets make me excited for the A220 Synaptic simulations, isn't it? Something like that? Synaptic something or other. Now going to be a payware product, but yeah, I mean, very little progress from them as well, actually, isn't it? So, be interested to see what they come out with. Like yourself, very excited to see what they do come up with. A little bit of a wiggle going on here. Yes, just a little bit default autopilot-y with the LNAV still. While it's trying to sort itself out on the line. Yeah, gotta always have a little bit while you're cooking. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I had a little bit of Prosecco while I was cooking, and then some red wine afterwards. Right, look at that, folks. 44 knot crosswind left to right, but a 55 knot tailwind as well currently. Probably explains why it lost that LNAV track line a little bit, but it's getting it back. And in fairness, it's got it back quite neatly. I mean, those of you with the Aerosoft CRJ will remember a couple of years ago, prior to their big update that they released for that CRJ would be like weaving left and right all the way for about 5-10 minutes trying to sort itself out. This has sorted itself out quite nicely, actually. Well, I'm enjoying this so far, it's to be said. Nice to be doing something a bit different. Great route as well. That's just it. Best part of hosting is when everyone heads home, yeah. Yeah, well, we had me, my other half, our dog, her parents, her sister, and 3 other dogs, so the house was pretty full. We don't have a particularly big house, so it filled up fairly quick, but it was good, it was a nice day. I've never been one for presents. I always find that just like generally like an awkward moment, so I quite enjoy the cooking, doing all that sort of stuff. So with the ILS later on, I'm just reading into this as well for the approach. Since version 0.9.9, they implemented the ILS Auto Tune feature, which will automatically set up the ILS frequency and course if an ILS approach is selected in the MCDU and the aircraft is within 150 nautical miles from the destination. If you change the approach type in the MCDU whilst Auto Tune is active, for an ILS approach but a different runway, frequency and course gets automatically updated. Anything other than an ILS approach, auto-tune gets deactivated. If an ILS frequency or course gets overwritten by user input, auto-tune gets disconnected. You can toggle it on or off in any MCDU nav page, clicking on MCDU radio button, clicking on the LSK next to any standby frequency to enter nav page, toggle auto-tune mode via LSK 5 right. Since version 0.9.9, version 0.9.9, they've implemented the auto preview feature for ILS. When in FMS source mode, preview will automatically be activated and set to nav 1 or 2 depending on autopilot source, with ILS frequency and course set if ILS approach is selected in MCDU and aircraft is within 150 nautical miles from destination. When in FMS source mode and auto-tune is active, it will automatically change the nav source to VL, VOR or lock, nav 1 or 2 when lock is armed and the localizer needle starts to move. With a note that you can arm localizer and glide slope by pressing approach when FMS source is still active and lock 1 or 2 is visible in ILS preview. Once the auto-tuning mode switches the nav source to VL, it will start to capture the lock and glide slope later on. When in FMS source mode and approach is pressed without preview active on nav 1 or 2, nothing will happen. So we will try that today. Landing says, as in the real aircraft, speed retard mode will activate 30 feet above the ground. However, the speed reduction is quite slow, resulting in a long flare. So the best practice for landing, at minimums, disconnect the auto throttle. At 50 feet, raise the nose slightly. At 30 feet, reduce the throttle to idle and raise the nose to make the end of the runway not move up or down. And then when the nose is on the ground, apply first thrusts. Set reversers to idle at 80 knots and 60 knots reversers are stowed. Right, I'll probably forget all that. We've still got 1,403 nautical miles left to go. Yeah, so our routing takes us through Iran, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and then we'll pass just north of Tashkent, but we'll be over the other side on the, we're flying over the Kazakh border, so we'll be in Kazakhstan for that last bit. And our diversion is in Kyrgyzstan. Izikul Airport. Not confident that'd be a paved strip. Yeah, exactly, Ian. Yeah. Yeah, great. Night Shadows, just watched your 2022 flight from Anchorage to Juneau and Sitka. Will you be revisiting the flight again? Yeah, now we have msfs 2024 with the 737s. I think it will be something we do. That'd be quite cool. Look at that nightscape. Brilliant. But at some point in the future, I know there's another preview that I'm waiting for an email of some point over the next few days to check out another European airport, so might be a It might be a brand new Rome Fiumicino version 2.0 from MK Studios, perhaps. But I'm waiting for that email effectively to be like, here's the new package. Go check it out. And I've also been sent by Simulations yesterday, by the looks of it, Harstad Narvik Airport in Norway. No idea what that is. We'll take a look at route flutes for that as well. Also, has anyone ever heard of Runway Insider? Maybe it's on here. A random fashion website. I feel like that's a bit of a scam. I do have a lot of sceneries, to be fair, Night Shadow. Quite a few that I've bought myself, and a fair few that I've been sent as press preview copies. Yeah, like commentator says in the chat there, add-ons linker works pretty well at being able to like disable and enable them. Now, I actually just install them and leave them enabled inside add-on linker, so don't really deactivate any of the sceneries, if I'm honest. So I've got about, in fact, I'll tell you how many files I've got active in Sim at the moment for me. Bear with, I shall find out. Let me load my add-on linker up. So I currently have 112 directly installed folders, 40 external linked folders by like Orbex, etc., and 192 other linked folders. Wow. So that's including aircraft, sceneries, like global shipping add-ons, a few other things, plus actually 5 other folders in the native directory, not counting all of the official ones that are installed via the marketplace. That's 349 different add-ons installed currently. I just leave it all installed. A lot of them are liveries as well, actually, to be fair. Very mountainous. It's interesting that actually, what, 81 votes so far in the poll that we've had running for 20 minutes or so. Currently, 27% of you say you haven't got the E-Jets yet from FSS. I would imagine therefore that's because you're waiting for it to get to a standard that's good enough for you to buy the product. It'd be interesting to know if you think that it's now at a point that you would consider buying it, or if you need a little bit more polish first. So do let us know in the live chat. 33% of you say you haven't tried it yet. 31% of you watching still thinks it needs improvement still, and 10% of you reckon it's ready to go with version 1. You think it's pretty good. MPS, yeah, check all of your keybinds, matey. In msfs 2024 there's some weird ones. I've also found that in the last update, and I had it really annoyingly with that Madeira live stream, for those of you who remember watching that the other day. Welcome aboard, Sec. Good to see you, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, the Madeira flight the other day, it was quite frustrating, but effectively a number of my sceneries, my Sobo sceneries, have all, like, at some point in the last month or two, have randomly reactivated themselves. I found my London Heathrow had reactivated itself as well the other day, for no reason at all. I don't know why, still to this day. So you've got to go in and make sure they're deactivated. But certainly keybinds as well, so I was looking at some keybinds the other day. Funnily enough, actually, Mountain Man, when you ask about it, is when I installed Chase Plane, and I went to go and have a look at some of my keybinds and some settings. That was odd, because a number of the keybinds I'd deleted a long time ago for the keyboard they'd all gone back in again, and were all active keybinds that were then clashing with other things, and I don't know why. Ian, that's fair enough. For Ian, it says just not a jet that he's interested in too much. More than happy to switch between Airbus and Boeing with the occasional CRJ if he fancies punishing himself. I have dived into Chase Plane once, Mountain Man, but I've uninstalled it because I found that it was causing me far too many problems. I need to effectively sit down, install it, and save a list of all of my keybind presets that I currently have, so I can set it all back if something goes wrong, and then spend like a couple of hours just working through Chase Plane to A, understand it, B, set up all of the settings within Chase Plane. But you know, some people are having difficulty still, some people are really enjoying it. I think from a content creator point of view, I have to be certain that I can control things like the drone camera and stuff precisely how I want them to be controlled. So there's an element of additional learning there for me, really. Rob, nice. What's your speed then? There he is. You can see his little contrail in the sky there as well. Not even 40 miles. Tracy says, still learning to handle the Airbus range of aircraft from Phoenix and flying along but offline, as I still need to learn how to use VATSIM. I'll be watching your VATSIM tutorials. Yeah, please do. If you get stuck, let us know. Always happy to try and help advice where we can. Christopher says he can't wait for a good E-Jet, but this one has been in development for too long without anything happening. What do you think about how it is now, though, out of curiosity? Because I mean, I genuinely think this is significantly improved now compared to when I last used it, and I really had a tough time enjoying it. I found it was so early access. I thought it was a bit naughty to actually have charged for it and offered it as a product. Now, though, I think it's significantly improved so far. I mean, if RNAVs don't work still, then I think maybe they could tweak some of that and make sure that works and put a bit of priority into those so you can unlock the ability to do all of the approaches that you might want to do. That would be quite important. It couldn't do a tight RNAV during Captain Canada's stream without depth diving into the ground. Did he configure... Well, so my understanding of this at the moment is it still can't do RNAV approaches. So he might not have actually checked it can do them yet. He may have just sent it knowing that, or not knowing that it doesn't work, and then if it's not something that's a feature, then it's not gonna work, is it? They say that it can do auto preview ILS and things, so that's what we're going to test today. We're going to test the ILS Yankee into Almaty, runway 23 left. But we're also going to see if we can have a look at the ILS preview mode and all that sort of stuff. So Dave Gaming DCS says he watched Captain Canada's stream. His aircraft dived into the ground because he didn't check the waypoint altitude constraints and he was using Thrustmaster hardware. Dave tried the same approach himself, entered the correct altitudes, and it worked fine. Interesting. RNAV should work to a point, Christopher, but I don't know if like the final approach segment would work. I'm not sure. Not being particularly familiar with all of this myself. But I mean, Dave's saying there that it was an error on his part by the sounds of it, because he didn't actually check the altitudes properly. Which we could probably do early now. Yeah, he might have had bad nav data though, Christopher, so he might not, like I said earlier, he might not have used the nav data updater. So I'll show you now. 2 seconds. Get the right tab up first before I go into it too much. Right, so you might not have read this in the documentation hub, but it's a really important step, certainly if you're using Navigraph. You've got to go into your packages wherever you've installed the E-Jet, which for me is in Community 2024, and you've got to take that file path that brings you to NavData VFS and put it into your NavData updater, which is this program here. This is how you update your Navigraph NavData to put it into the E-Jet using the weird coding that they've decided to use. You can't just put it in from the Navigraph hub, and that might explain why the nav data was a discrepancy. That's a really important step that has to be done, really, if you want the up-to-date nav data from Navigraph. GPWH says he's seen another stream where the VNAV respected the altitude constraints well, but there was an occasional WASM crash. Let's hope we don't get that. Charts. So, ECLATS, we can have a little look and compare the data here, because I've done the Navigraph nav data installation. ECLATS Mach 69, flight level 350. Then got 40 miles to AA215. It wants us to be at Mach 8, flight level 180 at or above, max 280 knots. That's quite interesting there, where it says 0.0 Mach. I wonder if we can go into this back in the Airbus. Right, so we'll need to change that. I want knots though. We might have to watch that when we get closer and we descend. I'll have to have a little look. It's interesting, all of that says 0 Mach. It might be that we go into managed speed, like manual speed mode. We select it ourselves. AA065, let's just take the altitude constraints to set correctly first. 664, at or above flight over 160, that's good as well. ATA, which is the Almaty VOR over the field. Max 250 knots. Airclat 2 Delta, at or above flight level 120. Set. Then we go out to AA224. 095, at or above. Yekti 7800. Almaty 223, 66. Legla 52. Interesting. Previous. Yekti 223, 226. Legla. Go to plan mode a second, which is in here. No, that's not the plan mode I want. Interesting to see what happens there with that. It's Gekti, then we kind of turn into Sugum. That's the ILS. So if we delete that, delete that, and that, just to neaten that up, and then speeds there, look, Mach 2.5 for some reason, so let's see. I think that's just a bit buggy, isn't it? It should be max 250 knots, not 0.25 Mach. So AA65 is max 280 knots. So we could set like 260 slash just to give us a bit of time. That's not going to want it. Oh well, we'll activate as is. Make sure we've synced our flight plan. Big old yellow line there for some reason. Interesting to know why. ADS, so I've turned those on because I'm learning the aircraft still, so it's a nice way of just working through what we have. But in the real jet, as we discussed earlier, though you've just missed it because you've tuned in I think just about now, that toggle there turns them off. So we'll leave them off for a bit, see what happens. Looks like we're about to overtake Rob shortly. Actually, let's leave that view like that, shall we? Right. I'll be back in just a few minutes, folks. I'm going to get a little bit more water and a couple of snacks to keep us going. For what's the estimated time on your displays for our arrival? Got a bit more of a way to go yet, haven't we? I do actually. One thing I need to do is a fuel check at some point. Let's get rid of the charts because I realised I had the charts on the whole time. Whoops. We're going to pass. Zamir 7272. Let's just do a quick check. Okay, there's some here. 6.8 tons. Good. Okay, we're good. We're above our fuel burn. That's okay. Yeah, Christopher, I know, it's crazy, right? Which is probably where it's quite nice FSS have actually added in those little illuminated buttons so you can see what modes they're in as you're learning, because otherwise you've got to stare at the primary flight display to those enunciators to see what it's like. Rob says arrival time 16:53 for him. Okay, so the FMS progress page is wrong then for me. 3:52 AM for Gav. Wow, you are in Melbourne, aren't you? From memory, so you are deep in Australia. Crazy. Love it. Right, we'll chase down Rob. I'm going to get a couple of snacky snacks. I'll be back in a wee mo. Amazing. Right, back. Got a couple of nice little hotel chocolates to nibble on. I do love the ground effects now, the night bloom and things from msfs 2024. It's just superb, isn't it? It looks great. Night should have said, what do you think has been the most interesting scenery so far of 2025? God, Oh, you know, that's a good one. Let me just check what I've done in the past. Because we've done a lot, haven't we? And I'm a big fan of Build's Manchester, if I'm honest. Yeah, crikey. Going all the way back to last year now. Wowzers. Yeah, I would probably say that in Build's Manchester. I think that's a superb scenery option. What do you guys think? What would your best scenery release be for 2025? And hardware of 2025, for me, hands down, Winwings, Boeing autopilot panel, and EFIS. I think that is absolutely superb. Adam, thanks for subscribing, welcome on board. I think the build quality and the price point, phenomenal for what you get. Hazy. That's a point. Rob, what's your altitude? Just dawned on me that we might end up smashing into one another. TCAS doesn't seem to do anything, look. Bear in mind, we're basically going to like fly into him imminently. There's a click spot issue there because I can't get back onto normal. There we go, got to click through it. What the hell's happened here? Oh Christ. Right, that's dangerous. It's a good job I noticed that. So yeah, TCAS doesn't work, and then when you scroll in here somewhere, when you're on the TCAS menu, for some reason, that was then changing my altitude setting. Which prevented me, so now I've like lost altitude for some reason. David, good afternoon. How's the E-Jet looking post-update? It's pretty good. I think there's issues with like well, that little bit there was user error, but it's because of a stupid ghost key click spot somewhere here. There you go. So all of this menu changes your altitude, and I hadn't realised because it was still hidden. So like there it is. Look, it's still hidden behind the TCAS menu. While I was trying to sort the TCAS out, it then caused that problem for me, which is not very good. And I want it to climb back before we smash into Rob, because he's done a step climb in front of us. He's off somewhere else though now. Unless we're off from the wrong way. Where's he going? Oh, Rob, thank you, mate. I might just level off at 350 again then, if that's okay. Before I break it again. I was probably causing chaos with your TCAS. Captain Adam, welcome. Based in Kazakhstan, welcome, welcome. Good evening to you. So yeah, TCAS doesn't exist in this. That'd be nice to see, unless someone that flies it regularly knows there is an option somewhere to enable it. And there's that ghost buggy bit there that hides. That's dangerously buggy. But this is an experimental branch, and it's an aeroplane I'm not familiar with. So you start to learn the quirks, don't you, after a little while. That won't happen again though, because I've now made that almost tragic mistake once, and we noticed it fairly quickly, thankfully, before we'd lost too much altitude. But that's something to watch out for, folks. Chris, welcome. Hope you all enjoyed Christmas, he says. Currently in Kazakhstan, about an hour southwest of Almaty. Almaty is where I fly in and out of getting here. Enjoy the rest of your flights. Amazing. How was your holiday, mate? How was your Christmas? It's probably quite apt that we are flying into Almaty today and you've flown to Almaty for Christmas. Pretty cool. There's Rob through the cloud. Carlito says, I'll switch to TA only, you were triggering mine too much. Where are you? Oh. You're at 33,000 feet. Oh yeah, because I was climbing in towards you, wasn't I? Sorry. There he is. We're causing all sorts of carnage. I'm so sorry, Carlito. Christ. That won't happen again though, so feel free to put TARA back on before you start taking evasive action. There's a rogue Osprey above. Yeah, I imagine it's not a big event at all over there, is it? New Year is the big celebration. Interesting. So what do they do typically then for New Year? Is it like a massive fireworks show and all that sort of stuff in the centre of Almaty, or are you above us, Sato, are you? Well, that's you up there, isn't it? Blasting ahead. I've been to Baku in Azerbaijan, but I've never been to Kazakhstan. tell you what though, it looks superb. Almaty is the second largest city in Central Asia and the fourth largest in the Commonwealth of Independent States. And we have the Big Almaty and the Small Almaty rivers running through it. Almaty served as the capital of Kazakhstan from 1929 to 1991 during the Soviet era, and after independence from 1991 until the capital was relocated to what was Akmola, now Astana, in 1997. But despite no longer being the capital, Almaty remains the most cosmopolitan and influential city in Kazakhstan, often regarded as the nation's cultural and financial heart, and is colloquially referred to as the Southern Capital. Captain Adam, well, you should be able to download this VueloSimple scenery via the link, because I think it should work in 2020 as well as 2024. Ah, interesting. Yeah, 'cause she's been in Afghanistan and things, hasn't she, Christopher? I know that Sean and Emily YouTube channel that I mentioned last time, they're riding around the world on their GS adventure. They went through Kazakhstan and had an amazing time by the looks of it. And they went through Turkmenistan and a few other things as well, but yeah. Loads of fireworks everywhere at New Year, they give gifts etc, very similar to our type of Christmas, and then lots of food and loads of vodka. So I'm not a fan of vodka, I love good food. Interesting, New Year for them is like Christmas though. I'm going to have to start digging into the documentation hub, work out what that white yellow line is, unless some of you know our flight plan. Clipper, Merry Christmas to you as well. Hope you have a good New Year. We had a good time, thank you. Yeah, it was nice. Mrs. had a family round. So, Indy's brother from the same litter. Her parents have got him. So they came round with their 2 dogs. Her sister came round with her dog. So we had 4 dogs in the house, plus 5 adults, so it was really busy. But I enjoyed cooking a big turkey and doing a load of nice crispy garlic and rosemary roast potatoes and homemade gravy and all that sort of stuff. Like honey roasted, parsnips, carrots, sprouts. So it was nice. I like the food and the cooking of the food and things more than I do the gifts. Yeah, I'd agree, because it's hard to fly there as well, isn't it, really? It's interesting, it wants us at Mach 8.3 coming up from Manat. But if you look on here, we can't go any faster than Mach 8.2. Yeah, Itchy Boots has had some wild adventures, hasn't she? Massive risk taker sometimes, great content. Feels like she's always on the go, like always somewhere in the world on a bike. It's like we're flying formation. So that airport down below is Turkmenabat International Airport. And we're crossing the border imminently now. So in probably about 30 seconds we'll be in Uzbekistan. Or over Uzbekistan airspace. Very exciting. There's Turkmenabat Airport down there. But yeah, it does take a little bit of getting used to, mate, all of the throttle calibration settings and all that sort of stuff, but a lot of it's done inside the aircraft. Depends on the aircraft that you have. Unless they're default aeroplanes, then not so much. The Aviator, good morning, welcome to you. Happy Saturday, hope you had a great Christmas as well. Hope you're looking forward to your new year. 43,000 miles on your bicycle ramp, crikey, and 7,200 this year. Jeez. That's good going, mate. There isn't really a calibration inside the 737 Clipper. And flight sim are nice, exciting. Don't forget to track it on New Sky, mate. Christopher says he kind of respects on her bike more. She's been on the same bike for almost a decade now, gone all over the world on it. Itchy stitches bikes and gears, switches bikes and gear for every new trip. Yeah, he's probably given it to her for free actually as well, aren't they? I'm gonna have to Google it on her bike. I'm trying to think if it's the girl I think it is. Oh no, I've not watched her actually. Oh, that's impressive, looking after the same one. Trying to find the lady that I've watched before. She's like a very posh English lady who's rode bikes for years. But I haven't watched any of her content for some time. Trying to find her. I like watching username Kate. She's a little bit too OTT with the positivity sometimes. I can't remember the name of the other lady anyway. Some of you might remember her, so. David says, how are you liking the new E-Jet update? I did a quick test yesterday, could not get my left foot brake to work on the pedals. Every time I tap the brakes it comes to a complete stop. Ooh, not sure about that, mate. I mean, I don't use any kind of SPAD Next control set or anything like that with it, with anything in the sim, to be fair. But I think it's vastly improved, like really significantly improved. To the point where now, like, you can enjoy it quite nicely. I mean, so far it's, touch wood, treated us pretty well. And now we're flying at night as well. We get to enjoy all these emissives in the cabin light deck and things. It's pretty swish. It's a hell of a lot better than when we last used it. There's the heads-up display again, but it's still lacking a number of features like no TCAS, all that sort of thing. The Custom FMS is still experimental, so I would imagine there's still tweaks to be made for that. Got to resync my head and bug there, naughty me. But yeah, overall I'm quite impressed. I mean, now we've turned it on, look, we get that kind of like green glow on the roof as well, like little things like that. So yeah, I'm enjoying it. I mean, the proof of the pudding is going to be getting it on the ground into Almaty, where the weather is quite poor. That's going to be kind of proof of the pudding, really, to see if it's any good. There we go, that's the view I wanted for a little bit. To see how good it is. But we'll be flying an ILS. I'm going to have to do the dreaded thing of just generically searching for motorcycle reviews to try and hopefully find the person that I was looking for, but I don't think she does any review stuff anymore. Username Kate is everywhere. Very talented biker. Brian 49, naturally. Jonas, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing. Hope you're well. I can't remember what this lady's called. She's rode over like the deserts in North Africa and all sorts of things, with like a posh Surrey accent. But she's had a really bad crash as well recently. But she stopped doing videos for quite a long time because she's had a kid. I can't remember what she's called because she's kind of dropped off the algorithm very rapidly. I can't even find her anymore. definitely on there somewhere. Fort 9 is top tier. I know, he's like absolutely epic. Lucky's Flying Service, welcome, greetings. Hope you're well. Is Winwing not available in the US? I thought it was. The girl on a bike. There we go. She's finally appeared. Yeah, have you watched her? The girl on a bike? Make sure it's muted so I don't copyright strike myself. When was our last video? Oh, 12 days ago. Everything you need to know from track day. Trickle charges, 5 mistakes that kill motorcycle batteries. I mean, I could probably do with watching that, to be fair. Riding the track that's too dangerous for MotoGP. That's probably going to be pretty cool to watch. Ferry bike hacks, riding on ferries as a biker. And you go to wingwingsim.com. Well, they changed the name actually, haven't they? I just remember I saw that in the news the other day. They're now called Wind Control. Why they've changed the name, I have no idea. Wing is easier, I think, to say than Wing Control. Because that sounds like you're pressing 2 different buttons on your keyboard. Terrible. Are you continental United States? I suppose you will be, won't you? Let me just click into it just to give you the direct link. Try that link there, Clipper. Or even that one with a little referral tag on it. Not that I get anything for it, but... Wind Control. Why they changed the name? Ergy, welcome, buddy. Have you ever watched what's he called? Superb videographer. Chris Moon Travels or something like that. Yeah, Chris Moon Travels. He's a brilliant motorcycle content creator. Jay said he heard they had to change it for copyrights. There was another company named Winwing. What are the chances of that? The Red Rain from Chile. Good morning. Hope you're well. Ergy says Almaty is his favourite Almaty. Aiden says can't wait to get back on track next year. Hoping to do Silverstone on the R1 if they do any bike track days. He's taken the ZX6 back to Almeria. Amazing. You love a track day. I still then do one. I'd love to do one on the GS. Because put it in Dynamic or Dynamic Pro, my goodness, it's basically a sports bike, or like a super bike, on a comfy seat. it's so dynamic, it's insane. I'll have to watch that latest Fortnite video then if they're trying to break a world record. That's superb. Do enjoy Ryan. Bloody hell, commentator, that's madness. Jonah says, do the E-jets have to be trimmed manually? Not really, no. You need to set your trim for departure, like in the Airbus A320 for example, and the Boeings to be fair. But then it should auto trim through the flight. I didn't know that about that Orion pedals. In Almeria I got moved into Group 2 on the last day and only got overtaken by the 1000cc race bikes on the back straight. 600s are great for the corners. Yeah, I suppose the price factors in the insurance as well that they would cover you under for the track day, I suppose. The high likelihood of a serious crash is pretty mad, I would imagine. I mean, I keep wanting to do... I say I keep wanting to do it. I keep wanting to do the advanced motorcycle stuff. But at the same time, I don't want to be part of this like elitist, obnoxious club that think they're better than everyone else, because that's again how you get knocked off. So I don't do it because of that, and I know what my capabilities and limits are anyway on the bike. So, Andy, good afternoon. I also can't find out what the yellow line is for. I'm going to assume it's after runway 23 left, where it just blanks off with no missed approach procedure in the plan. So custom FMS does need that ability really. Nightshadow says, have you ordered the Winwing 32E cam? No, I haven't, to be fair. That's another new product, isn't it? They're smashing the products out of the park at the moment, my goodness. I don't have many of their Airbus bits at the minute. I've effectively got I've got their FCP, sorry, the FCU, and I've got the EFIS for the Airbus bits, and then for the Boeing I've got the FMS and I've got the PAP3 and the Boeing version of the EFIS, whatever they call that, is it PDC3 or something? I get confused by all the naming of it. Yeah, the Wind Control 3N and 3M PDC, I've got that, as well as the PAP3 mag switch autopilot panel and the PFP panel of flight plan. there's no way you're getting a third bike. Surely not. By the way, if anybody knows any good livery artists who want to help make a Mad Dog Osprey Airways livery, let us know, because we don't have any compatible Osprey Airways liveries for it anymore with the new update to the Mad Dog. Jonas, I'm going to reserve judgment on that until after landing, because I want to make sure it can do a decent ILS approach, for example. I haven't spoke about reference speeds, no. I had an issue earlier when we loaded something in, and I ended up getting blanked off like their version of a green dot speed. It just said 0 knots, which is not very good. We'll see what happens. But yeah, the descent and the approach, the ILS, will be the true test of things, really. And then I'll know if I can finally recommend it, or if still there's some work to be done. To be fair, Christopher, you've got some of the most amazing landscapes in Europe around you. Within 200-300 mile radius, so you could have some amazing adventures on your bike there. Flap 5 or full flap? We've got a massively long runway, so let's go for flap 5. Don't let me forget that, folks. I'm going to write on my notepad. Flap 5. Big writing, capital letters. Yeah, don't let me forget that. Still got a way to go though. What's the weather doing now? It's still in deep IFR conditions. 2,400 meters visibility in mist still. Estimated landing weight, I'm going to add 500 kilos to that. So we'll go for 42 tons. Wind's variable at 1 meters per second, so I don't know, we'll pick a number. 0.66. What's a headwind? Do 200, 2. Like that. No ice. Approach type and speeds. I'm going to go to Cat 2 or 3. Certainly with a low visibility. Landing temperature -1. That's all ready to go. I mean, it's put the approach speeds in. Interestingly, no approach speed though. So, can you manually add that in? Yes. We'll just add 8. We'll add 5 knots. Who knows? That may or may not do something. we will find out. It looks like we're going to get our V speeds, our reference speeds in there though. Look, he's flying surface. What do you think? Looks okay so far. It says, if you had to pick, would you get Wing or Thrustmaster? My Logitech Extreme 3D Pro, 15 years, is finally dying. If you want to replace your hardware in the next 1 to 2 years again, get Thrustmaster. It's pretty poorly, cheaply made, expensively priced, cheap plastic, in my opinion. I've got rid of a lot of my Thrustmaster kit now because the Boeing yoke that I bought, for example, paid for it, my own money. Bang on 1 year later, as the warranty expired, it broke. So, not very impressed at all. And then on Reddit, loads of people have got the same sort of problems. And then some people have stripped it apart and they've found really bad, cheap weld points and solder points. Parts that are too close together, wires that are crimped, all sorts of stuff. Just botched together, mass production. So, if you want amazing quality for a fantastic price, Wing is what you want to get, effectively. There's a lot of people that love the Ursa Minor Airbus sticks, and they're about $100 US. Amazing quality, apparently. I haven't got one of those though. I've got a Wing F16 HOTAS, and that's fantastic as well. Yeah, I think I was just unlucky, Canadian Flight Simmer, but either way, like, it's not good enough for it to break after a year. I ended up selling it on eBay as for parts and got like 60 quid for it. Somebody somewhere's probably bought it, stripped it, moved the wires out of the way, resoldered a couple of bad points, put it back together, and it works amazingly well now. But I don't have that knowledge, so I can't do that. And Thrustmaster wanted me to pay to send it all the way to France for them to look at, and then I'd have to pay to get it back. No guarantee that they'd actually fix it, so not interested. Yeah, it works amazing, Clipper. I've used my Wing HOTAS in flight sim now for like 2-3 years. 2 years maybe, or a year and a half, 2 years. It's brilliant. What I'm waiting for is the Wing Boeing yoke, the Wind Control Boeing yoke. When that does finally come, that is going to be so good. I'm going to get that 100%. I'm going to, regardless if I get sent one for a review, I'm probably going to just buy it anyway, or pre-order it anyway, because that's going to be epic. Yeah, Moser are good, but Moser are very expensive, man. It's unaffordable for quite a few people, I think. Night Shadow says, Thrustmaster were great back with the Cougar, but that was a long while ago. Yeah, they were like the name in hardware, weren't they? Now, not so much. Oh, you've got Wing, for example, just really chipping away, haven't you? Fantastic products. Hey Beach, yeah, I didn't go to Expo, but I do know that what Wing took there was just a very early stage prototype to show what they were working on. I would imagine it would be quite different. Yeah, I did, when I got my first Wing product in, I did think the same. It was just like standard, generic Chinese box, and I thought, oh god. But yeah, once you open it up inside, it's probably quite clever actually, isn't it? Because initially you think, oh no, and then you open it and it's like, gee, this is brilliant. So it's probably quite clever marketing. Rubbish exterior packaging, amazing product inside. So. Clipper, they've definitely got an Airbus throttle set available. A-Beach loves the Wing FCU. Just picked up his MCP, very nice. Thanks everyone for voting. Wow, that's a lot of votes. 33% of you think that the E-Jet still needs some improvement prior to a version 1. 31% of you haven't tried the experimental version yet. 28% of you haven't purchased the E-Jets yet, probably because you're all waiting for it to get to a decent enough standard, right? Or you're just not interested in the regional flying. 8% of you out of 184 think it's ready already for version 1. Interesting poll. Where is our top of descent? Because I can't see a top of descent marker on the screen. Oh, it's after Eclat, actually, isn't it? So we've still got a way to go. Almaty actual time arrival has come right forwards now, hasn't it? And actually, that is the ILS preview, isn't it? Or is it? Is it? No, it can't be. No, it's not. That's going to be the nearest trackable VOR. I think. So I need to work out how to do the auto ILS. When in FMS source mode, preview will automatically be activated and set to nav 1 or 2 depending on autopilot source. So perhaps it's going to appear down here somewhere. We'll have to keep an eye out on it all. Sure, it will reveal itself at some point, no doubt. What we can do early though is set some minimums, so it's one less thing for us to worry about. So we're expecting pretty rubbish weather. We'll configure for a Cat 2 ILS, for a Category C aircraft. Rad out, we're going to set to 114. Is as close as we can get, but that's okay, we'll round that up. And we'll just chill for the rest. Yeah, it's Rob behind again, gone back off the offset track. That big old city down below. Nighttime flying now in the sim is significantly improved, isn't it? Yeah, the strobes are definitely very far forwards. Now Ian's mentioned it, you can really see it even in drone camera. They're about 10 inches ahead of the wings as they flash. Let me see if I can find it for you then. I'll have to change my store back to United States. Maybe it's not available for you regionally. Oh yeah, no, here. Available for pre-ordering. Try that, Clipper. No, that doesn't work. Hold on. Don't try that. Try that one. Yeah, that one works. US, Ian. Maybe it says he's still hopeful for the yoke. Used to fly 767 real life. No yoke has come close to replicating the stiffness or sensitivity of a real one. Our Winwings force feedback system looks like it might do. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if it does. If they do pull that off. ETOP says, I've noticed if there is a discontinuity with vectors to final, the top of descent markers get messed up in the ERJ. Interesting. Yeah, and I've got no discontinuities, thankfully. But I have got a weird yellow line, and I'm not sure why. I think it's a missed approach, or just a like fly runway heading type thing. Birdman, welcome. It says Thrustmaster 320 side stick had a wiring issue with the potentiometer, which would cause noise, especially on the yaw axis. Can be fixed, but is a pain in the ass. Yeah, that sounds like a very similar issue to the Boeing yoke then. But yeah, they're so expensive, right? That's the thing. Like, you don't want to have a problem with the wiring issue in an expensive bit of Thrustmaster kit. Yeah, I know. That is one of the biggest problems as well, isn't it, Clipper? Because there are a lot of folks that they basically get paid to just advertise products and dress it up as a real review without really kind of saying. I mean, I will always, even if I get payment. So, for example, last year, Toby Eye Tracker, there was a video I did back in May. Toby Eye Tracker, it was a sponsored video. It was effectively an advert, and I set them a fee we agreed upon to do that video as a way of promoting some of their sales and some other bits going on. Whether people will buy it or not, I don't really care too much. But effectively, I will still raise my frustrations with how the Toby Eye Tracker works sometimes. I'm always quite honest still. Look at these mountains. There's a lot of snow down there as well. Yeah, see, my Toby works in MSFS. I'll toggle it back on. I tend not to use it too much in the sim, in airliners. There we go. So toggle it back on again. I have got it working. Definitely improved. But I've got to really exaggerate the way I look for it to kind of move. Whereas in MSFS 2020, certainly the settings that I had worked a lot better. You know, now I'm like my head's like almost 90 degrees to the ceiling, and it's not really picking it up. So it doesn't really work that amazingly well with MSFS 2024 still. Ah, yes. Yeah, if you've got free tracker software, like OpenTrack, whatever it is, then you will have problems with it, because then it will read the OpenTrack software and that algorithm instead of the Toby Experience algorithm and that program, and the two programs clash and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, if you're using different bits of head tracking software, you've got to configure it very carefully, and sometimes you have to move DLL files into certain bits to make it work. In the simulator, for example, there's like a headtrack.dll file, all sorts of stuff. You start to use things outside of what they've packaged up themselves. Oh, crikey, Clipper. Hopefully that ends up quite quick. It is the missed approach, which is not accurate. Oh, no, actually, it is accurate. Missed approach is vectors. Look, climb on track 231 degrees to 5,200 feet. After passing 4,200 feet, radar vectoring will be provided. That's what the yellow line is. That weather is so bad. Okay, so it was the missed approach. This is some really high level cloud, 35,000 feet. Crikey. So where are we now? Kolam. 4.6 tons of fuel. We've got 5.2. Yeah, Gavia. I suppose it probably is. Wow, Canadian Flight Sim, I just saw your load sheet for 777-200 freighter, 586 units out of a total of 942 capacity, Istanbul to Almaty. Wow, that is high. It's a good load. Carlitos flying the cargo A300-600. There's some good loads on this route, actually, to be fair. except for myself, 88 out of 116, but that's still a high load factor. 238 out of 291, 381 out of 466. But Zarto's got most of the passengers. But he's also got 4 engines to burn fuel. What I love is the fact that we've taken off. So if I start with Ian, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. There have been 30 flights on New Sky already today for Osprey Airways, which is awesome. Lights. In case you are tuning in, let's just have a look at some more of the features again. .83 knot tailwind as well. Go on to that. You're a potato, Harry. Hello, buddy. For some reason, the E170, 175 experimental version won't turn on for me, but the 190 is fine. Weird. Have you tried uninstalling it completely and reinstalling it fresh? Wow. We have Asia Centre online, 13285. This is so random. Of all the places in the world to get VATSIM, we get more VATSIM coverage in the middle of nowhere than we do in the UK. No way.
Osprey 2472 Asia Center, very good evening, expect runway 05 right, and you will need left orbit, descend now, altitude 5,200 feet, QNH 1019.
Ooh. Runway 05 right.
Osprey 2472 negative, QNH 1019, left orbit, descend 5,200 feet.
Rocky, I don't know what my approach would be then.
Asia Center, hello, Osprey 74 Yankee, flight level 390, inbound from us.
Is it going to be the same? Eklat. We fly
Osprey 74 Yankee Asia Center, squawk ident please.
Squawking ident, Osprey 74 Yankee.
Asian Center, good evening, Osprey 598 at flight level 410 and inbound Coulomb, max speed decimal 813.
Osprey 598, hello, identified, expect runway 05 right.
Expect, wait, 30 right, Osprey
05 right.
It's 05 right, sir. Osprey 74 Yankee identified. Expect runway 05 right. Lakel 2 Juliet arrival.
Okay, right. Lakel 2
Roger, we will expect 05 right at Lakel 2 Juliet arrival, Osprey 74 Yankee.
ILS 05 right, final.
Osprey 722 Asia Center, hello. News quote 4400, please.
This is a bit more interesting.
Hello, good evening. Custom line on the because of a clean stuff pilot.
Looks like we're coming in over towards the actual
line
mountains
118
then.
clear to destination Tashkent,
here.
class 1 Bravo, 05 right, squawk 4403.
We clear to Tashkent, runway use 05 right, departure, Equat 1 Bravo, squawk 4403 at the line will be.
Astana line 118, read back correct.
This is now a big test of this new Custom FMS. Asia Center, good evening. Osprey 165, currently flight level 350, Gerpu.
Osprey 165 Asia Center, very good evening. Expect runway 05 right. Eteda 1 Papa arrival and report your Mach number, please.
Good evening, expect 05 right, Eced 1 Papa arrival. We're currently Mach decimal 81, Osprey 165.
Copy 81. Expect Eteda 1 Papa for ILS 05 right.
We'll expect Eced 1 Papa arrival 05, ILS 05 right, Osprey 165.
Request pushback and start.
God.
Number 202.
Astana line 118, push and start are approved, facing south.
Eteda 1 Papa?
Osprey 2472, do you have waypoint go slow for initial approach fix?
Hey, my Bronco Blue
Thank you. So Osprey 2472, expect altitude 5,200 feet at
yeah, it's got to be that.
You are clear, let's approach runway 05.
Eteda
right.
1 Papa.
5,200 and contemplate for the pilot approach for 055.
Jesus. I have no idea.
Osprey 808 Yankee, hello, Asia Center identified. Reduced
Nothing
to
else has the Papa in it, so...
Due to traffic, you will be number 4.
05 right, ILS 05 right.
2.77, traffic number 4,
And Osprey 808 Yankee, expect runway 05 right, Eteda 1 Papa arrival.
I'd expect runway 05 right, Eteda 1 Papa arrival.
Eteda 1 Papa, yeah.
Negative, sir, it's Eteda 1 Papa.
Sorry, yes, Eteda 1 Papa. Osprey 808.
That's good, that's good, that's good. Fly.
Black C784 received flight level 333.
Black C784 Asia Center, hello, report your Mach number, please.
5, ILS 5 right, Eteda 1 Papa. Black man.
Black C784,
So where does it start
Roger,
for us?
identified, expect runway 05 right.
Max 230.
Eteda 1 Papa arrival, and you will be number 2.
Eteda 1 Papa, 05 right, Black C784.
So why are we going via Eclat?
Osprey 722, report your Mach number, please.
Mark is decimal 82.
What?
82 copied. Osprey 722, can you make it 081 for separation, sir?
Doesn't make any sense.
Thank you.
So we go from a Teta, Eclat, all the way up to a Teta. So maybe we've from Aglec. At 10-2L. Yeah, and I thought maybe the Tipser one would have made more sense. Because that's there.
Osprey 2472, report established on the localizer.
Well, that's really different, isn't it? I wonder if he's changed our flight plan on VATSIM.
Hello, Osprey 748 with you. We're now currently sending for ILS 30, last 1 Alpha, Inus Kinagos.
Line 748, say again your position, please.
Now descending to Whiskey Mini, Uniform Alpha Sierra Kilo.
I think you're right, Gav.
Alpha, Island 30.
I might just leave it and let it have a discontinuity.
Astana line 748, squawk 4404.
Squawk 4404, fine.
Because that's all there, that's all set, that looks all okay. Still got 300 nautical miles to go.
Oceanic 01, hello, squawk 4406.
And that also means, folks, actually, I'll show the charts again. So we need to change our arrival. Bit trickier.
Osprey 2472, surface wind variable, 1 meter per second, runway 05 right.
You're going to set it to 200. Put that out, otherwise we'll be scrolling forever. 051 for the inbound course.
Guided by 5
Different missed approach.
Hello. Identified.
This is what I was going to show you though, because 05 right now means that we're going to have a big taxi. We're probably going to vacate Echo or Foxtrot and then backtrack 05 left to then vacate off at the end here. But as of now, I have no idea what to expect going forwards.
Position. Aeroflot 101, walk right then, please.
Ian's done well if he's already nearly on the ground. Flying that ILS already. So there's the big discount.
Aeroflot 101, I cannot find you. Stand by for a minute. Break Astana line 748. Last now 1 Echo, descent via Star.
So we'll probably do a direct 2, which I'm thinking off the top of my head would be select and put in the top.
Astana line 748,
like
runway in use 12, descend via Star, altitude 4,500 feet, local QNH 1027.
He's probably put us on that bigger, longer star so that we have separation, and we really more than anything else.
Ocean 01, expect runway 07, Balva 1 Alpha arrival.
Uh, 07, Balva 1 Alpha arrival, Oceanic 01.
We are now.
After my own request, taxi to holding to runway 05 right.
about to enter
118, taxi holding
from
point
Bogdi,
runway 05 right via apron,
the next
taxiway
waypoint.
Alpha.
We will finally be in Kazakhstan.
Protocol runway 05 right via apron, taxiway Alpha, Aston line on the way.
It's very short fire, basically about to touch down.
FS101, we're over the sea and can you check where you say that if you so, yeah.
Aeroflot 101, you are slightly out of your flight plan route. Clear direct PROG and monitor advisory 122.8.
Direct PROG and monitor advisory 122.8. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Rob says his show's from Eklat. You mean Eklat, E-K-L-A-T? Attended direct. So it should be a discontinuity because they're totally separate. So that makes sense to me. Let's see what happens.
Stand by for a moment. Osprey 165, descend via star, altitude 5,200 feet.
Send by star, altitude 5,200 feet. Osprey 165. Might be a bit cheeky here. Eklat. Binri. Oh, that's buggered that, hasn't it? Aglek.
Osprey 2472 via Delta, left runway 23 right, vacated Kilo.
I wanted to delete that bit, that's a stupid delete.
Osprey 165, report your vertical speed please.
Currently level at 350, we're not at top of descent yet with the reroute to Ateda.
Aston line on the way, holding short runway 05 right.
Right, let's see what happens now.
Aston line 118, surface wind variable at 1, cleared for lineup and takeoff, runway 05 right.
Clear for lineup and takeoff, runway 05 right, Aston line on the way.
Actually, how do you... That's the point.
And Osprey 74 Yankee requesting descent, please.
Osprey 74 Yankee, descend down, flight level 200.
Flight level 200, Osprey 74 Yankee.
Osprey 165, disregard the last star I have given you. Can you have correction, tips 1 Delta, and I will give you a shortcut to waypoint Goslo.
Stand by, I'll check the box.
Actually, I need you to have direct to Goslo.
Roger, direct Goslu, Osprey 165. Tips are what? Tips are 1 Delta. Yeah.
Black Sea 784, do you have waypoint Goslo for the final runway 05 right?
Stand by checking the assets.
Okay, we're testing this today.
Yes, we have Goslow. Agent Center, we have Goslow. Black C74.
Roger, Black C784 after waypoint Aglek. You are clear direct to Goslow.
Direct Goslow after Aglek, Black C784.
Interesting.
Osprey 808 Yankee, do you have the waypoint Goslow?
Roger,
It's waypoint Goslow, Golf Oscar Sierra Lima uniform.
Yep, confirmed.
So 808 Yankee after waypoint Aglek, clear direct Goslow.
After waypoint Agley, is waypoint Crossway.
Oh, that should be direct Goslow now.
Osprey 165 on conversion, maintain speed 290 knots and report your vertical speed, please.
On conversion 290 knots, 1,600 feet per minute, vertical speed, Osprey 165.
Roger, Blue Sky 784, do not exceed vertical speed 1,500. Black C784.
Go ahead.
Black C784, descend altitude 5,200 feet level by Goslow, QNH 1018. Do not exceed vertical speed of 1,600.
Right. How'd you do a direct 2 in this bloody thing?
1,600 and
that doesn't seem to want to work.
Feet, Black C784.
Alpha 919, after departure 048, passing.
Should be that, right?
5,000 feet.
Astana line 118, identified, climb unrestricted flight level 360, direct Aglek.
Yeah, FMS 1 Goslow.
Climb flight level 360 unrestricted, direct on the Custom line 118.
There we go, right, we're in.
Osprey 165, confirm you are heading direct to Goslow?
Affirm.
Thank you. Black C784 on conversion, maintain speed 280
It did give us a lot to deal
knots
with.
and continue descent, please.
A hell of a lot to deal with.
280 knots and continue descent.
QNH 1019.
Confirm the weight is 1,600 or less, correct?
Vertical speed is 1,600.
1,600. Black C784.
Set 285, or brake
Osprey
low.
808, clear direct Goslow.
Where's that?
Descend and maintain 5,200 by Goslow. Vertical speed 1,600 or less.
Christ.
Direct Goslow.
Now where would my...
And Osprey 808 Yankee, on conversion, maintain speed 280 indicated.
There's the landing speeds.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Center Black C784 at 1,600. I won't be able to
1103
make
set.
Goslow at 5,200.
So that is the correct frequency for 05 right.
Roger.
Center Oceanic 01, we're coming up on some descent. Have the visual on the runway so we can shoot a visual from here.
Oceanic 01, descend now via star, altitude 8,000 feet, clear the visual, runway 07.
Descend via star, 8,000 feet, cleared for visual 07, Oceanic 01, thank you.
And center Black C784, I can maintain speed, but the vertical at 1,600 is not going to make it.
Roger, stand by. Osprey 165, advise me on your vertical speed, please.
Now 2,550 VNAV path.
2500, confirm?
Affirm.
So Black Sea 784, do not exceed 2500 on your vertical speed.
Thank you. Black Sea 784.
Osprey 808 Yankee, same to you, do not exceed.
We've all so bunched up together, like, there's two right there, there's me. I think Zato's right around us somewhere as well.
Osprey 598, request descent.
Osprey 598.
The mountains?
After waypoint Aglek, clear direct, go slow. Descend altitude 5,200 feet by go slow, QNH 1019.
After Aglek, direct, go slow.
Get rid of the music for now.
5,200 feet, but go through Osprey 598.
Jason, if the E-Jets get through this, I'm buying it.
74 Yankee requesting further instructions.
E-Tops, yeah, oh well, with all these changes, the FMC and VNAV is still holding up. Good to see. Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Osprey 74 Yankee via star descend altitude correction. Flight
that level of change that rapidly has broke other aircraft in the past.
120 Osprey 74 Yankee.
Osprey 2472 via Kilo, stand 201.
Kilo 201.
Transition levels flight level 120 here in Kazakhstan. Where's my checklists? Checklists. So, descent, lights, seatbelt signs on, altimeters not set yet. Landing data is reviewed, auto brake set to low. Seatbelt, shoulder harness check, approach briefing completed. So we've changed the briefing, well they've changed the approach now folks, just to keep you in the dial. We're going direct Goslu here. 5,200 feet, then we're going to be inbound course 051 degrees, 14 mile approach on long functional to ILS runway 05, right here at VueloSimple's Almaty airport scenery. Landing on the right hand runway, away from the terminal area, we'll vacate probably around Echo to then backtrack on 05 left, all the way back up to the main apron building, the international apron, or the international terminal to park. Missed approach for this is going to be climb on track 051 degrees to 5,200 feet. After passing 3,200 feet, radar vectors will be provided. So nice and easy, just going to be fly runway heading and climb to 5,200 feet and expect vectors. He says. What could possibly go wrong? Right. I think we're looking okay still, 5,200.
Osprey 74 Yankee, do not fly to the south due to mountains. You should be heading to Almaty VOR and then make left final turn.
And please repeat the VOR again for Osprey.
Okay, so change the VNAV.
It's Almaty VOR.
Yeah, we're heading direct to Almaty VOR, Osprey Yankee.
I'm going to put the speed brake out a little bit here just to help because it's massively accelerating itself.
74 Yankee, descend 5,200 feet.
So I'm just throwing a big change in the profile for it and it's recalculated that.
QNH 1019.
1019, 5,200 and cleared ILS runway 05 right, Osprey Yankee.
25 miles to go to final. We're still doing 290 knots, which fills me with dread. What landing distance calculator? One on the FSS website. I mean, we've got 4.4 kilometres of runway, so I haven't really bothered checking, to be honest. And the workload's pretty high. There's the mountains now in the terrain view. Look at that.
Black T784, report your speed please.
Looks superb, doesn't it?
280, Black Sea 784.
Thank you. Osprey 808 Yankee, report your speed, please.
3280.
Thank you. And Osprey 165, report your speed, please.
290, Osprey 165.
Thank you.
Singapore 23, or your velocity needed by level 430.
Singapore 23, hello, identified.
019, 1019.
And Singapore 23, you are cleared direct to Rana.
Landing lights.
Direct to Rana, Singapore.
They've illuminated a lot of stuff now. We've got the wing inspection lights on as well. That. Wowzers. Right, back into the flight deck.
Osprey 808 Yankee, reduce speed 270 knots, please.
Reduce speed 270 knots.
Have to slow down.
Black Sea 784, reduce speed 270 knots, please.
At flat level 380 inbound Almaty.
Black Sea 784, reduce speed 270 knots, please.
270 knots, Black Sea 784.
Lufthansa 729 Asia, send the hello, walk 4411.
Approach speeds.
Asia Center, Lufthansa 729.
Lufthansa 729, hello, set squawk 4411.
So set speeds like
when
that,
you hear me, I
flight
need to
plan
restart my
there.
D5 at 1 second.
Mountains to the right, there's a lot of red. So I can't change to 100 feet increments.
Osprey 165,
Does anyone else know how to do that?
Lufthansa 729 Asia Center, set squawk 4411, please.
Squawk 4411, Lufthansa 729.
405.
Osprey 165, resume your approach speed, please.
Resume approach speed, thank you, Osprey 165.
Black Sea 784, maintain approach speed, please.
Maintain approach speed, Black Sea 784.
784, you are number 2.
This controller is fantastic.
Osprey 808 Yankee, reduce to speed 220.
Reduce speed 220.
This.
Black Sea 784, reduce speed 220 knots.
220 knots, Black Sea 784.
So you've got all these massive mountains over the top of Almaty, 16,000 feet, some of the peaks in that cloud that you just won't see. So operations to the southeast and the south are just not permissible.
Osprey 808 Yankee, reduce 200 knots, please.
Let's get rid of the speed brake now. That's all good.
Black Sea 784,
Remember
reduce
flat
210
5
knots.
approach.
210 knots, Black Sea 784.
Osprey 165, high speed approved.
High speed approved, Osprey 165.
Osprey 74 Yankee, maintain present heading, expect vectors, you're number 4.
Roger.
You can hear his alarm for like traffic being really close, like going off in the background. He's very close, crikey.
Osprey 74 Yankee, turn right heading 280 for separation, please.
280, Osprey 74 Yankee.
Osprey 165, report your speed, please.
213 knots, Osprey 165.
Thank you. Osprey 08 Yankee, reduce 190.
Reduce 190.
The Black Sea 784, reduce 200.
Already at 200, Black Sea 784.
Can you make it 190, please?
Yes, sir. 1900, Black Sea 784.
Thank you.
Box captured.
Osprey 808 Yankee, reduce 180, please.
It's 180.
Speed check.
Osprey 165, report established on the localizer, runway 05 right.
A firm established 05 right, Osprey 165.
Black Sea 784, can you change it for visual 05 left?
Stand by.
Osprey 165 is established, 05 right.
Osprey 165, surface wind variable 1 meter per second, runway 05 right, clear to land.
05 right, cleared land, Osprey 165.
Osprey 74, Yankee, turn left,
45,
heading
148, wowzers.
Right.
130 Osprey, 74 Yankee.
784, say again.
Oh, sorry, is that for Osprey 74 Yankee?
74 Yankee, left heading 130.
5, gear down.
130 Osprey, 74 Yankee.
Black Sea 784.
We'll try for the 05 left, Black Sea 784.
Thank you.
Green.
Hotline 748, we're on final 12, stop supervisor.
Astana line
Oh, this controller's getting
748,
a bit
surface
stressed.
wind calm, runway 12, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 12, hotline 748. Center, Black Sea 784, with the visibility, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to decide the side step.
So disregard, continue ILS 05 right.
Continue ILS 05 right. If I see it, I'll let you know.
Black Sea 784, reduce to minimum approach speed.
Reducing to minimum approach speed.
I'm trying to keep my speed up for you,
Osprey
Carlito.
808 Yankee, reduce to minimum approach speed.
Reduce the minimum, okay.
Check.
Osprey 74 Yankee, continue direct to Goslo, clear the LS at 05 right.
Direct Goslo and direct
Look at this, folks.
05 right, Osprey 74
He's
Yankee.
done it really well.
Tomorrow night, can you leave cabin on 10 minutes?
Approved.
Here we go.
Osprey 808 Yankee, reduce to minimum approach speed, 4 nautical miles.
There's the runway.
Traffic 4 nautical miles in front of you. Thank you. Osprey 165, surface wind variable at 1, clear to land, try to vacate at Delta.
05 right, clear land, and I'll try my best, Osprey 165.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Autopilot off. Wow, that is some low visibility.
100.
Подскажите про схему прибытия в Алматы.
10.
Арасан 7634, подскажу, у меня 4 борта на посадке.
Manual brakes. There goes the auto brake disengage alert. 70 knots.
Center, Black Sea 784, I got 05 last in sight. I can side step if you want.
No need, sir. You will be clear to 05 right if the traffic will exit runway via taxiway Delta, which he is doing now.
50 knots, good enough for a high-speed exit. Osprey 165 vacated Delta.
784 clear to land, surface wind variable at 1.
Clear to land, 784 heavy.
Osprey 165 vacate at Delta, turn left on taxiway 23 right, and continue vacate at Kilo.
Left on taxiway 23 right, vacate at Kilo, Osprey 165. Wow.
Black Sea 784, and try to vacate at Delta, please.
We threw a lot at the aeroplane then. How good did that just work?
Osprey 08 Yankee, expect late landing clearance.
Roger, expect late landing clearance,
AP1. Good job, Carlito. Right, after landing, lights as required. Pop the inspection lights off. Laps up.
Osprey 74 Yankee established on localizer 05 right.
Roger, continue.
Roger, continuing Osprey 74 Yankee.
I'll keep this on, it's technically still a runway.
Black Sea 784.
Osprey 08 Yankee, clear to land, surface with variable at 1.
Final. Look at that.
Clear to land,
The controller's done an amazing job
Osprey
sequencing us.
165 via taxiway 23 right, correction, runway 23 right, taxiway kilo, stand 202.
Runway 23 right, taxiway kilo, stand 202, Osprey 165. Thank you for the ATC, you've been amazing.
Black Sea 784 via Delta, taxiway, runway 23 right, taxiway kilo, stand 203.
Runway Kilo 203, thank you for the UTC, great job, Black Sea 784.
What a pleasure to be getting you, sir.
No, that's not the right one.
Okay, thanks very much for the ATC, really enjoyed it. What an approach, awesome job.
Likewise. And the show is not over yet, guys.
Very true. Ah, international gates. Is this kilo? Oh, it is. Should probably focus on that first.
Osprey 74 sorry, Osprey 74 Yankee, established time of 05 right.
Osprey 74 Yankee, continue approach, number 2.
Continuing approach, Osprey 74 Yankee, number 2.
That's good.
Don't be laughing too much, that's where you got a big girl coming in right now.
We have enough space in Almaty for everyone, and even for the humor too.
Love it.
Yankee has vacated.
Look at this.
Osprey 808 Yankee via Delta, runway 23 right, behind the Airbus 300.
Right, let's change the
kilo,
time, folks.
And your stand will be 24.
See when we park.
204, correction, 204.
Okay, some 204, following the 8.
Osprey 74 Yankee, surface wind variable at 1 meter per second, clear to land, runway 05 right.
Clear land 05 right, Osprey 74 Yankee.
Osprey 598, report established on the local runway 05 right.
Osprey 598.
Is that first clips?
Report then FS 05 right.
Looks great at night, doesn't it? Team at VueloSimple. There's our stand right ahead of us. Absolutely in here. Absolutely, Aiden.
2 aircraft at once. Who was the last one?
Black Sea 784, just mentioning that visibility is at 500 feet.
Roger, thank you.
It was offline 748, we are sorry for interrupting your show in Almaty, but we're vacate on Alpha.
Osprey 722, you are clear direct to waypoint Goslow. Descend 5,200 feet, QNH 1019. Osprey 722.
You missed the altitude.
Osprey 722, do you have waypoint go through?
One.
Stop.
So Osprey 722, you can descend altitude 5,200 feet by QNH 1019, a clear direct go through. Expect ILS 05 right.
Okay, and then attention stop.
Osprey 598, stabilize ILS runway 05 right.
Osprey 598, surface wind variable, 1 meter per second, clear to land.
Clear to land, Osprey 598.
Let's get the beacon off. Mega. There we go, folks.
Line 748, I just sent it.
Line 748.
So here is VueloSimple's new Almaty airport.
Alpha, like 5 minutes ago.
It's linked in the description down below if you do want to get your hands on it. And I think, if I'm honest, it's for the price, a pretty good bit of scenery in a fantastically remote part of the world that is really underrepresented in the sim, full stop.
Osprey 74 Yankee, vacated runway
There's some good levels of
Osprey 74 Yankee via Delta, runway 23 right, vacated kilos, stand
around the
205.
The airport. Why's it going on
Roger,
about
Delta, runway 23 right.
What we'll do is we'll change.
Osprey 74 Yankee, fantastic job today, sir.
Sort this bloody thing out.
It was a pleasure serving. You are such big professionals.
Ground, DP jetway safety cones, engine covers, wheel chocks. How do you open the cargo doors?
We try our best to represent.
There we go.
And you succeeded.
Set. It's a bit dark to see, isn't it? Like, let's change this time of day. Not the weather though. This is what it looks like in the daytime. Shrouded in fog. Oops. Let's watch some touchdowns real quick. I've got to try and work out who's on final because I've got no idea. I can't see. So let's go back to nighttime live time, shall we, for now? Because then we can at least see the lights. Ah, here we go.
Арстан 763, Типса 1 Дельта, полоса 05 правая, после точки Оглед, разрешаю прямо год.
Then we've got Gav coming in as well. Next, so we've got a couple of minutes gap, which is great for us to explore with. And we can have a look at our new Sky score as well to see what our final rating was going to be. What do you guys think of the FSS E-jets now then?
Line 748, we're choosing stand number 3 and we're on parking position.
Because that handled that really well, I thought.
Line 748, thank you for your flight. See you.
Avia Plays, what a time in looking into the FSS again, and now that they've released the VNAV and experimental. What's your review of the new update so far? Is it a good aircraft and is it usable? You know what? 4 or 5 hours now we've been streaming for? Really good. Totally different aircraft to when I last used it. Really enjoyable, really immersive. Lots of good bits of detail. Sure, there's a couple of bugs and quirks and some mistakes made by me as well, for what it's worth. But
and
yeah,
gentlemen,
amazing.
right at Almaty Airport, are you trying the new scenery for Almaty?
Hey, fam.
And what are your impressions?
Very nice. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I logged in earlier, and then he's very nice.
Good job, MPS.
I hope it will be much more aircraft at this area of the world.
I'll be back.
Definitely usable.
Arnold?
So, let's get rid of that weird clown music. I don't know why.
Mr. Schwarzenegger?
No, goodbye.
I'll be back.
Just an Aussie.
I'll be back.
Osprey 598, vacate runway 05 right at Delta.
Osprey 598 via Delta, runway 23 right.
Let's get a few clouds because I want to show you guys what the airport is surrounded in. Right. Good job, LPS, mate. That's good landing. Right, so look at this.
Taxi, we are 23 right, we are Kilo.
Look at those mountains.
0. Repeat gates, please.
Absolutely massive. So daylight hours, look at that for an approach. And we'd basically flown all the way down that ridge line, coming down for about 100 miles, following the mountain range. Really stunning. Got a little bit of detail here, some cargo bits, some construction zones. Got the ATC tower, which in feedback said it needs to be a bit taller, a bit more stretched apparently. So that's quite a good bit of feedback from the developer. One of the bits when I did a video the other day covered the fact that the runway numbers are incorrect, because on the video I did, I think it said 06, but in fact it's 05, and the developer went and solved that pretty quickly. Two massive long runways.
Good evening, request FS for Odessa. Vlasta 113, report your position, report your airport of departure.
There's the SCAT. Who's that? That's Captain Adam, Stan 49. And we've got a load of cargo maintenance areas here with Comlux hangars. Oh. Wash. And like a fuel farm here, like a big oil fuel facility. With a couple of pipes as well.
Stand by, checking your flight plan.
So yeah, for a remote part of the world, I think this is really cool. And yeah, we need scenery like this to give us places to explore. Look at that for a backdrop of the airport, folks. Look how great that looks. Let's check New Sky real quick, see how well we've done.
Vlasta 113, clear to destination.
Little profit.
Via Gatsby 1 Echo.
9.82, fair enough. Yeah, it was a firm touchdown. I think there was a tiny bounce. But otherwise pretty good. We put the aeroplane through its paces in that approach because the controller changed the arrival procedure effectively twice, so we had to change the FMS twice. We then got a direct 2, and that's when I was making mistakes. I'm in an aircraft I'm not particularly familiar with, so almost buggered the flight plan up a little bit, but it did amazingly well. Got all these little beams that go off to the city.
113, read back correct.
And a little chimney off in the distance over there, look. There's Almaty City.
Lufthansa correction Asia, Center Lufthansa 729er.
Good effort, Zalto. My goodness, what a profit.
Lufthansa 729er, I have you on my scope.
Got a couple of military helicopters there as well. Chinooks and things. And then land side, we've got like a little forecourt area. A couple of static people. I've got rid of like the wintry type live weather, of course, just to give you an idea of what it looks like inside. Really cool. Good choice of real flights as well, all over the world. Including Seoul as well, Incheon and Bangkok. And
Vlasta 113, unfortunately I don't have a good sector for Aktau, so push, start and taxi to the holding point of runway 11 at your discretion.
Pushback and satisfaction, Vlasta 113.
Yes, and good evening, FedEx T1. Heavy official on flight level 410.
Well, I did just notice that. There's a little reverse texture there.
Identified, report waypoint Kamud.
Oops, through the building.
Report waypoint
Kamud. Good odd GSX, look. Finished deboarding, disconnected the jetty. So, Night Shadow, how do you do the wheel? I'll show you.
Oceanic 01, go ahead.
Just re-trigger it first.
You seem not to be descending, sir.
I am just about to intercept the ILS localizer.
Cool, so parallel 42, click and hold one of these options. So if it was this one, for example, it opens up the menu, right? Scroll down until you find
sir,
GSX installed msfs panels. And then you'll see GSX main menu, click that and add it into the tile that you want it in.
We're about to make the
Same with all the other bits as well, like Navigraph charts, I've added that, and a little notepad.
Intercept the localizer for the
And then you're all good.
Oceanic Air 1.
There's MPS taxiing in. Just a quick check of where Gav is.
Арестан 763, снижайтесь на точку Госло 5200 футов по QNH 1019.
Sure if he's on final.
Снижаемся 5200 футов на точку Госло, QNH 1019, Арестан 763.
Yeah, he is. He's on final approach. Let's keep the time as it is. We'll put the weather where it is in real life, just to give us the murkiness. We'll watch Gav's touchdown. The scenery, David's asking, how much is the scenery? It's £11.56, so more than reasonable.
Oceanic 01, advise you descend the altitude 8,500 feet. And do you need any assistance?
No worries, Gav.
8,500, we're at 8,000 right
Yeah, look
now.
at
that. We have
beautiful new scenery, awesome part of the world, and an amazing air traffic controller to finish off our last stream of 2025. All of the scenery and the FSS E-Jets are linked in the description down below if you want to get your hands on it. Is it the aircraft at a stage now where I think that it's good enough for VATSIM and good enough for proper use? Absolutely. Yeah, superb now. And I've really enjoyed this last couple of hours in the E-Jet. It's been a very long time.
Oceanic 01, are you sure you are at that flight level? Or
yeah,
altitude?
really cool.
You seem to be at flight level 180.
And really nice to have this scenery somewhere a bit different, isn't it? So good route. Thank you to Ashley for creating the GSX profile for this airport for today as well. Captain Adam, nice one. Do share it in our Discord server if you want to. Massive thank you to our air traffic controllers. Fantastic service at Dubai and here in Almaty. I hope you've enjoyed the stream and all of the other streams through the year gone by.
So you can make
Don't forget to hit like, hit subscribe before you head off. And as I said at the start, all of the links are in the description down below for the E-Jets, Dubai Airport, and this, the new VueloSimple Almaty Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Whatever you're doing over the next few days, I hope you have a fantastic end to your 2025, and I'll see you in the new year, over in 2026, as we continue our journey on Microsoft Flight Simulator. But as always, thank you very much for watching. Massive thank you to all of you for your support over the last year or so, and the years gone by as well, for what it's worth. Hope you have a great evening, wherever you are in the world. In the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching. And I'll see you next year. Take care.
Osprey 165, I enjoyed very much your flight and your professionalism. Happy New Year and hope to see you again.
And radar, Osprey Yankee signing out. Thank you so much for the ETC service.